Time is 8:32. I'm calling meeting to order. We'll have an invocation. Anyone is welcome to participate. Commissioner Vice Chair Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Lord, we come to you today to enact the state's business, to watch over one another, and make the best decisions we can. Lord, we ask for your guidance. We beg for your judgment and your discernment today, Lord, in the decisions that we make. Let us keep in mind, Lord, that we are here to protect the people of the state of Texas, writ large, all of them. We thank you, Lord, for giving us the opportunity to do this, to be born, or at least to live in the freest country, in the freest state known to man. We thank you for these opportunities, Lord. There are many that do not have them, and we pray for them. We ask for your blessing on those that have arrived here from different parts of the state. Please protect them as they go back to their homes. And please watch over us, this commission, who come from different parts of the state, Lord, to do your bidding here in Austin, Texas. We ask this in your holy name. Amen.
Thank you, Commissioner. We're going to go roll call. Carnisa?
Commissioner Shulit Druckstrom.
Present.
Commissioner Lori High.
Present.
Commissioner Nora Castaneda. Dr. Gary Wesson.
Present.
Dr. Ray Callis.
Present.
Vice Chair Tom Butler.
Present.
And Chairman Rick Figueroa.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Outstanding. Thank you, Carnisa. We're going to Commissioner, we're going to item C, public comment. We have about 8 of them, 8 or 9 of them. So I'm going to read these instructions. If you're here for public comment, please pay attention. We're accepting public comments in writing and in person. Commissioners, we received approximately 9 written or in persons. If there's anyone here wishing to address the commission on this matter that is not on the agenda, you are here for a contested case. You'll be called up when we get to that item on the agenda. So if you're here for a contested case, this isn't your time, all right? Or an item on the agenda. This is just purely public comments. If you want to speak, fill out the form and turn it into Carnisa over there. We're going to call the first commentator. So here are the instructions. Please say your name, who you represent. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Please understand the commissioners are not allowed to ask questions or engage in discussion with you about anything that is not specific on our agenda. Please also understand that the commissioners cannot hear any information about a pending complaint or enforcement case before we may ultimately be the decision makers in the case. Okay? We're going to go with Jesse Tapia. Go ahead and have a seat up here, sir. Right up here. Good morning, Jesse. You're good. It's a tricky chair. Hang in there.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. All right, you have 3. You understand what the instructions I read you?
Yes,
You have 3 minutes. Go ahead and go, Jesse.
but I need an interpreter.
Oh.
Please, if you have.
I think we do. Do we have a translator, Carnisa?
I believe so. For the contested cases?
No, this isn't a contested case.
No, I know.
Didn't we have one here as a translator? All right, Ms. Tapia, can you stand down for a second? Can you hang
Okay.
on, ma'am? Can you stand down
Okay,
for a minute
yes.
and we can get with her and then we'll find you an interpreter, okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome, absolutely. All right. We're going to go with Edma Valdez.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Valdez. Are you good?
I'm good.
Okay. So you understand the instructions I read you?
Yes.
Okay, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead and go.
Yes. We're trying to tell us that all of this is a big matter for us, and just letting you know that our people do contribute to taxes. A lot of people are in schools, and a lot of people have been working in TDLR, and they have had their licenses for 25 or 30 years. They still contribute to the society. They have bought properties. They have families to. They depend on these TDLR licenses. The schools, the students, and everybody. We are trying to follow the protocol and trying to go by all of your rules, and that's why we are here present today, to make our voice be heard.
Okay, is that
I
it?
hope that you all have the conscience of that, and we have done it for, personally, many years. A lot of people here, much more than I.
Thank you, Ms. Valdez. Appreciate your time. Thank you for coming. We
Thank
appreciate you. Marissa Romero Vargas. Ms. Vargas? Okay, so she just wanted, okay, she doesn't need to speak. Okay, thank you, ma'am. Okay, Emily Riviera? Good morning, Ms. Riviera.
Good morning.
How are you this morning?
I'm good.
Good.
I
You understand the instructions I read earlier?
Yes, we have 3 minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Okay.
and you cannot.
State your name and who you represent or what license you represent, okay?
Okay.
Go ahead.
My name is Emily Rivera, and I am a student at Radiant Academy. It's actually founded by my mom, who has been a licensed cosmetologist for over 15 years now. Okay. I am very deeply concerned for the approximately 18,000 people that are going to be impacted by this policy and bill. 18 of those 1,000 people are barber school owners and cosmetology school founders and suite owners and salon owners, and a lot of their annual income comes from depending on these businesses. And I think the TDLR's mission is to protect the consumers, and it's going to force a lot of people to do underground economy, and I think that's even more concerning for the safety concerns of those people we care about, and ambition does not stop there at all, especially not after 1,000 hours of completing school and 2 years of experience and 10 years of experience. It's not ever going to stop there. It's going to continue. And I know each of you feel an ambition, that very own ambition in your guys' own lives, as a lot of us do. And interesting, 80% of those 18,000 people are people of color. And clearly a lot of Hispanics here are in this room that I've noticed, and people of color. So it just really shatters my heart in a sense, because it's more than just a license. It's their identity. It's what they're depending on. And I think when something so crucial comes like that, we have to pour our hearts to these people. And especially seeing my mom, the work she has placed into getting her license as a kid and how hard she's worked, and it's really influenced me to grow as the woman I am today. And I'll always speak for her, and I'll always speak for all my family members and people I truly care about in that sense. And I want you to imagine a scenario. Imagine a barber who has opened a safe and inspected shop for 10 years. He pays his booth rent. He buys supplies from Texas distributors, and he uses his ITIN to pay his state sales tax every single month. The state takes his money and says, "Thank you." Now, under this new rule, the man is told he cannot renew his license, and he is now ineligible. He can't get a permit, he can't buy professional supplies, and he can't be inspected. Did the man change? No. Did his skill change? No. The only thing that has changed is the state of Texas decided it would rather have an unregulated risk rather than a regulated taxpayer. This is creating an industry that's invisible. The only thing that's stopping the state from the only thing that is being stopped is the state from inspecting it, regulating it, and taxing it. This contradicts the TDLR's very own mission to protect consumers. And that's all I have to say for today. I wish I could say more, and I wish words can explain, and I wish you guys can just imagine the consequences and anything that will drag along with this. And thank you for your time and for listening. And I hope you take this to heart. Bye. Thank you.
Good job. Thank you, ma'am. Valeria Loza? I'm sorry? I can't hear what she's
She's
saying.
asking for a translator until we're working on it.
Okay. Okay. Wilmer Reyes? Oh, Ma'am, what's your name?
Valeria Loza.
Okay, okay. So are you her translator? Okay, go ahead. Thank you for translating. Go ahead.
Buenos días a todos.
Good morning to everybody.
Mi nombre es Valeria Loza y yo soy una de las dueñas de DFW Skin Institute y Barber Academy que se encuentra en Dallas, Texas.
She is a school founder of a barber and cosmetology school in Dallas, Texas.
Hoy estoy aquí como educadora, empresaria, pero sobre todo como alguien que trabaja directamente con personas que quieren salir adelante.
I am a director and I am a business starter, but if anything, I come here to represent those. ¿Cuál fue la última parte?
Personas que quieren salir adelante.
Those people who want to continue ahead.
Quiero comenzar por lo más importante, que son las personas que están luchando por estudiar una licencia de cosmetología.
She wants to start by the beginning for advocating for those who are putting a lot of hard work to getting the license.
Todos los días vemos estudiantes que llegan con una intención muy clara: aprender, certificarse y trabajar de manera correcta.
Every day of students coming in with an intention to work, to learn, and to become certified.
No están buscando evadir el sistema, están buscando entrar en el sistema.
They're not looking for a way to be out of the system, but to become a part of the system.
Son personas que quieren trabajar y hacer las cosas correctamente.
They're people who want to work and do the things correctly.
Y hoy, con estos cambios, se les están cerrando las puertas.
And today, with this change, doors are being closed.
Negar el acceso a una licencia no elimina la necesidad de trabajar de las personas.
Denying a license does not eliminate the passion to obtain this license.
Solo elimina la posibilidad de hacerlo de manera legal.
It just eliminates the way to do it in a legal way. Yes, a legal way.
Esto, en lugar de fortalecer la industria, puede empujar a más personas a hacer cosas que no están correctas o trabajar incorrectamente.
Instead of helping us or flourishing their skills, you are pushing people that will only come to a choice of doing things that are doing it in a way that's incorrect.
En nuestra institución, DFW Skin Institute, hemos visto una reducción inmediata del 20% de nuestras matrículas estudiantiles.
In the school Radiant, we have seen it go down by 20% of people who now don't go to the school.
Son personas que querían hacer las cosas correctamente y hoy ya no pueden hacerlo.
And these 20% of people are people who wanted to do things the correct way.
Pero ahora vamos a hablar de la economía.
But now we're going to talk about the economy.
Hoy somos el sustento de más de 15 familias con una nómina aproximada de $9,000 a $10,000 semanales. Hoy somos el sustento de 15 familias con una nómina aproximada de $9,000 a $10,000 semanales.
There are 15 families who approximately could make. ¿Hacen eso mucho de dinero?
Sí.
Okay. Who make $9,000 and they help have an income revenue of $468,000. And this helps the economy locally, what these families are making.
Let her know I'm going to give her another 30 seconds, but we need to wrap that up. Okay.
Te voy a dar 30 más segundos
Ujú.
para decirlo.
Ok. Ahora hay una reducción del 20% que representa pérdidas estimadas en $200,000.
Now, in those 20%, in just the 20%, there's been a reduction of $200,000 in just those people that have been taking their ability away.
Y son $400,000 anuales.
And these are millions of dollars annually.
Y esto es solamente de nuestra escuela, y en esta sala habemos muchos colegas presentes y dueños de negocios.
Okay, and she's saying that this is just my school that this number is representing. There's more schools around us that could be represented even more and even a grand total together.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We
Thank you
appreciate
so
your time.
much.
Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias.
William Reyes? Wilmer. Wilmer. Does he understand the rules that I read to him? He's got 3 minutes.
Sí,
You do?
sí, entiendo.
Okay. Go ahead.
Buenos días a todos. Es un placer estar aquí, obviamente, para compartir las inquietudes que hay dentro de nuestra comunidad.
Okay. Good morning, everybody, and it's a pleasure to be here in this room with you guys and discuss amongst this topic.
Mi nombre es Wilmer Reyes y represento a la Academia DFW Skin Institute.
He is representing the DFW Skin Institute, and his name is Julian Reyes.
Ok, en relación a la nueva disposición por parte de lo que es el TDLR, es preocupante. La verdad, el impacto que puede ocasionar no solo como a nosotros como academia, como institución educativa, sino todas las partes que están involucradas como salones, profesionales que llevan hasta 15, 30 años con su licencia y que ahora sienten el miedo de no poder renovar su licencia.
That it's very scary seeing how this is going to impact all institutes from schools and beauty schools, and how this is going to become a chain, like a domino effect for everybody who is attempting to pursue and further on their licenses.
El impacto económico no solo se va a dirigir a la institución educativa, sino que a todas las partes, desde el que obtiene la licencia, los dueños de salones, los que rentan sillas. Todo eso implica pérdidas económicas muy exuberantes para que puedan ellos continuar, obviamente, en su labor.
This is going to impact even people who do rentals and who pay services and buy things under leases, and that it's sad seeing it infect all areas and even people who have 15 years of experience.
En conclusión, de manera muy respetuosa, pedimos que evalúen muy profundamente esta propuesta para que vean el impacto que puede ocasionar en la comunidad hispana, básicamente.
He said, with respect, please evaluate and analyze and review the impact this is going to have to a lot of these families, and to please take your time with all due respect.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Maria Hernandez. Good morning. Do you understand the rules that I read earlier?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead and go, ma'am.
My name is Maria Hernandez, and I'm here like everybody else, saying the same thing about everything. It's not just us; it's just electricity, plumbers, all the families that've been affecting for this. So I really appreciate it. I just come here to just. I'm not gonna say everything that everybody's saying the same thing, right? I just you gave us this opportunity to speak in front of you, that because maybe we have a chance, with all respect, to doing everything the right thing. It's hard me see families, teachers, we losing teachers. The school will nothing with the teachers. So we losing others. And I'm so nervous. I'm just Thank
Okay.
you for gave us this opportunity to say it what we have to say it, and we're gonna try to do and respect the what you said in, but I hope you change your mind with all these families that they're getting involved. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Sandra Castaneda. Good morning.
Buenos días.
Buenos días. Buenos días. Did she understand the rules that I read to her?
Yes, 3 minutes, right?
Okay.
Okay.
You have 3 minutes. Go ahead and go.
Okay. Voy a hablar despacio para que me puedan interpretar.
Muy bien. Está bien.
Ok.
Gracias su tiempo.
Buenos días. Soy fundadora de Estilistas USA, una compañía de educación continua por más de 10 años.
She is a founder of Estilistas USA, and it's an education continues for more than 10 years now.
También soy propietaria de una escuela de belleza por más de 8 años.
And also for a beauty school for more than 8 years now.
Hoy no vengo a hablar por mi escuela,
Today, I'm not going to come and talk for my school.
vengo a hablar desde la experiencia de trabajar directamente con profesionales, maestros, dueños de escuela y estudiantes.
I'm going to talk from the experience I've had speaking with salon owners, school owners, and students and teachers.
¿Ok? La industria de la belleza es una puerta real al desarrollo económico.
The beauty industry is a door to
Desarrollo económico.
grow economically.
Forma profesionales, crea negocio y genera ingresos que impacta directamente a la economía.
They form, it impacts a way that it impacts them economically, like locally too.
Las decisiones que se están tomando pueden parecer administrativas,
The decisions that are being made can come off administrative,
pero en la práctica
but in the practice,
tienen consecuencias reales.
they have real consequences.
Limitan el acceso a la educación
This limits the access to education,
y cuando se limita el acceso a la educación,
and when the education is limited,
se empuja a las personas a trabajar informalmente,
this pushes people to work informally
porque la realidad es clara.
because the reality is clear.
Cuando alguien no puede acceder a una licencia,
When someone cannot access a license,
no deja de trabajar,
they don't just stop working.
simplemente trabaja fuera del sistema.
They simply stop working outside of the system.
Y cuando eso sucede,
And when that happens,
el Estado pierde
the state loses.
control,
They lose control,
pierde supervisión
they lose supervision,
y pierde su seguridad para el consumidor.
and they lose security for the consumer.
También es importante considerar la realidad operativa.
It's also we have to consider the reality of this operation.
Sabemos que ya existen retos
We know that goals exist
en los procesos de supervisión e inspección.
in the processes of inspection and supervision.
We need to wrap this last few seconds up,
Okay.
please.
Okay. Si a esto se suma más informalidad,
If this becomes more informal,
el sistema se vuelve
system
más difícil de controlar.
will be more difficult to control.
Porque cuando la educación está presente,
Because when the education is present,
el sistema funciona.
the system functions.
Cuando no lo está,
When it's not,
el sistema se debilita
the system begins to collapse.
y la educación no es un riesgo,
And the education should never be a risk for anyone.
es la base de la solución.
It's the base for the solution.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Maria Ortega. Yeah, go ahead. Does Ms. Ortega understand the rules? 3 minutes.
Que si entiendes, las reglas son 3 minutos solamente.
Sí.
Okay.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Mi nombre es María del Carmen Ortega Martínez,
My name is Maria Ortega Martinez,
fundadora y dueña de Lisa Salón
owner and founder of Lisa's Hair Salon.
hace 19 años.
19 years in the market.
Yo estoy aquí alzando mi voz por todas las personas que requieren una licencia para trabajar.
I'm raising my voice for everyone that needs a license to work.
Pues no nada más los estilistas,
Not only the hairstylists,
dueños de escuelas,
owners of beauty schools,
estudiantes de belleza
students of beauty
ocupan,
college,
ocupan una licencia.
they need a license.
Hay muchas personas aquí en Austin,
There's a lot
Texas,
of people here in Austin, Texas,
que necesitan una
that
licencia
they
para
require a license to work.
llevar a cabo sus trabajos, así como padres de familias y
Just
madres de
like mothers
familias.
and fathers of families,
Estoy aquí levantando mi voz porque se me hace muy injusto
it is an injustice situation
que cuando unas personas abren sus escuelas, ya sea cosmetología, barbería,
when
para,
individuals open their schools, cosmetology or barber,
para estudiar para aires acondicionados,
or
para-
even schools for air conditioner,
les venden las clases.
they require payment towards their tuition.
Ellos con mucha ilusión, con mucho amor, van a las
With a
escuelas
lot of love, they will go to schools
con la seguridad que vamos a
with the
tener
security that they will have a license
una licencia que nos haga visibles ante el Estado como personas de bien y que queremos salir
to
adelante.
be visualized as people that are trying to do the right thing.
En lo personal, yo revalidé mis estudios de
In a
México a
personal
este
aspect,
país,
I have renewed my license from Mexico legally here in Texas.
lo cual para mí, sin hablar una palabra en inglés, fue muy difícil,
For me to not understand one word in English,
pero no fue
but it wasn't
imposible,
impossible to obtain my license.
porque todos sabemos que el
Because
querer es
everybody
poder,
knows that if you want it, you're going to obtain it.
y que el estudio nos hace visibles, no invisibles.
Studying makes us visualize.
Yo, en lo personal, aquí me
Personally,
dediqué
here, I dedicated myself
a saber mis derechos,
to understand the rights,
pero también a respetar mis
but also to
obligaciones
respect the obligations that the state requires
viviendo en este país.
living in this state.
Yo les pido por favor que por favor tomen en cuenta todas esas
Please reconsider and take it in
madres
consideration
y padres
of mothers and fathers.
que están haciendo todo lo posible
They're
por
trying to
estudiar,
do everything in their power to study and make things right for Texas.
porque también eso lleva a darle el mejor ejemplo
Yeah.
a los hijos.
Because this is only going to give them a good example for the next generation.
Thank you, Ms.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you, ma'am, can you stay?
Yes.
Okay, that'd be great, just in case somebody else needs it. What was your name? I'm sorry?
My name is Cynthia Hernandez.
Cynthia. Okay. Are you the next one?
Oh, I'm the next one.
You're the next one.
Okay. Oh wow, I was not nervous translating, but now I am.
Me too. I
Okay.
got you.
All right. My name is Cynthia Hernandez, and I represent Sleeping Beauty Lash Institute in Austin, Texas. Thank you very much for letting me speak. I want to focus on what TDLR has provided for us, which is in your mission statement, to earn the trust of Texans every day by providing innovative regulatory solutions and the licensees and those who serve. I'm deeply concerned about our students. Many of them have already paid their tuition, completed and the required hours, passed their examinations, did everything in their position to obtain their license, and now, unfortunately, they're not going to move forward in this process. Thousands of cosmetologists have been serving our community, 10 to 20 years plus, and they have built successful businesses in Texas. They created opportunities for hairstylists, paid their taxes with their I-10 number, and also lease spaces that support local landlords and the real estate market. I want to emphasize that these are changes that will affect negatively in Texas. Many salon owners are unable to renew their license, cosmetology's requirements, and also force salons and shopping centers to close down. Licensed beauty professionals are trained to safely use the chemicals that we provide services for our clients, which beauty suppliers require a license and training to work under these such products. Over time, they have helped the suppliers to network beauty businesses providers all over Texas. If these professionals are unable to renew their license, it will negatively impact these areas as well. These cosmetologists need to support themselves and their families, which may be forced for them to work underground, leading to unregulated and untaxed services. This situation not only is causing emotional distress on students who have, again, paid their tuition, followed protocol, even passed their state board exam and the PSI examinations, and now they are unable to obtain a license. With that being said, let's focus on the mission statement that TDLR requires here in Texas for the safety consumers and the trust and the industry that we are allowing our students to trust on us. When that happens, it creates a ripple effect. So please reconsider. Think of all the students that have trusted us, TDLR, and the obligations, clocking in those hours, paying their tuition with the little bit of money that they can raise, and not obtaining a license is emotional disturbance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hernandez. Irma Gonzalez. Thank you for doing this, Ms. Hernandez. Appreciate it. And Ms. Rivera, thank you too. Does Ms. Gonzalez understand the rules?
Ya entiende las
Agreement?
reglas. Okay.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Mi nombre es Irma González.
My name is Irma Gonzalez.
Soy dueña de Irma's Beauty School aquí en Texas,
I'm
en Austin.
Irma's Beauty. I'm an
Irma's
owner of Irma's Beauty School.
Ok. Hoy estoy aquí no solo como dueña de un negocio,
Today, I'm not only here like an owner,
sino como alguien que ha dedicado años a ayudar a personas a construir carreras de la
but
industria de la
somebody
belleza.
that has helped, perdón, somebody that has helped students overcome obstacles so they can obtain their license.
Sí, en la industria de la belleza, carreras
In
que
the beauty
cambian
industry,
vidas, apoyando a familias y fortalecen nuestra comunidad.
this career changes lives and enforces our economy.
La reciente decisión del estado de Texas de
This
requerir un
decision
número
that Texas have required
para que los estudiantes puedan presentar
so
los
the students
exámenes
can present their tests,
de licencias en cosmetología, barbería, manicuristas, y
license in the
estética.
industry.
Ujú. Consecuencias profundas y negativas.
Profound consequences and negative have occurred.
Esta industria siempre ha sido una de las oportunidades
This industry has been one of the top opportunities.
ha recibido a personas de muchos orígenes, personas trabajadoras
It's been able to receive a lot of talented people from different origins
que buscan un mejor futuro.
that are trying to find a better future.
Durante generaciones, la industria de la belleza ha sido un camino
During
hacia la
generations, it has been set for independence,
financiera,
financials,
el emprendimiento y el crecimiento personal.
and the growth, and the personal growth, and the generational wealth.
Es uno de los pocos campos donde alguien puede comenzar con
It's one of the industry that you are able to start
muy poco y construir
with very little
para sí mismo
and
y sus
create
familias.
something big for their families.
Al implementar este requisito, estamos cerrando las puertas a una gran parte
If
de
we
nuestra
move forward with
comunidad.
this law, we're going to close a lot of doors in this community.
A personas que ya han invertido tiempo, dinero
We're talking about people that have already invested time and money
y esfuerzo en su educación.
and education.
Son estudiantes que se presentan todos los días,
It's
que
students that
completan
are going to school every day.
completan ciertos horas
They
de
follow
capacitación
protocols
y que están listos para contribuir
and that are
positivamente
ready to contribute to Texas in a legal way.
Negarles la oportunidad de obtener una licencia no significa que dejan de trabajar,
To not give them that opportunity to obtain a license
solo les empuja fuera del sistema regulado y hacia la
it would
informalidad,
force them to work informally in Texas.
donde
I'm
existen
gonna give you a
menos
couple more seconds
protecciones,
to wrap up.
donde existen menos protecciones tanto para los
Where
trabajadores
Texas
como
is not
los consumidores.
under Texas not being regulated with these laws.
Esta decisión también afecta a los pequeños negocios y salones en todo Texas.
This decision also affects small businesses.
Los dueños enfrentarán una reducción en
Creo
el
que ya.
número de profesionales, licencias.
Ms. Gonzalez, I'm
Creo que
sorry.
ya.
Okay. Okay.
thank
I
you.
just
Sorry.
the last thing. Les pido que reconsideren
Please
esta
reconsider
decisión,
this decision
que piensen en las personas reales detrás de ella, en los
and think about
estudiantes,
the real people that are
de negocios y la comunidad.
behind all of this in this community.
Thank you,
Gracias.
Ms. Gonzalez. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ima de la Cruz. De la Cruz?
Yes,
Okay. Do you understand the rules that I spoke earlier?
yes, thank
Okay.
you.
You have 3 minutes. Go ahead and go.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Irma de la Cruz
Good
y
morning,
soy
my name is Irma de
cofundadora
la Cruz.
y soy cofundadora de Inspire Institute en
And I'm the
Carrollton,
co-founder
Texas.
of Inspire Institute.
Quiero mencionar algo que muchas veces no se ve.
I want to mention something that a lot of times is not seen.
Estas regulaciones no solo afectan a quien puede obtener o renovar una licencia,
Estas regulaciones no solo affect, I'm sorry, this law doesn't not only affect the ones that wants to renew or obtain a license.
también cambian cómo funciona la fuerza laboral en Texas.
It also changes how the workforce functions in Texas.
Cuando una persona no puede obtener o renovar una licencia, no deja de trabajar.
When a person can obtain a license or renew a license, it doesn't mean they do not stop working.
Simplemente se vuelve un trabajo informal.
It only becomes an informal work.
Menos acceso a la educación significa menos profesionales preparados.
Less access to education means less educated people.
Y eso impacta directamente a los negocios que necesitan personal capacitado.
And that impacts directly to the businesses that need prepared professionals.
Esto afecta a todos,
This affects everybody,
a los clientes, negocios
the businesses,
que están haciendo las cosas bien
the businesses that want to do things the right way,
y a toda la industria en general.
and the whole industry in general.
Entonces, la pregunta aquí
And I want to ask a question here.
es si las personas van a trabajar
If people are going to work
o no en esta industria,
or not in this industry,
es en dónde lo van a hacer,
it's how they're going to do it and where they're going to do it.
porque las personas no dejan de trabajar,
Because people would not stop working without a license.
simplemente trabajan fuera del marco regulado.
They would only continue working outside the regulated area.
Thank you for, gracias por escucharme.
Thank you for listening to me.
Please support access, no barriers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. de la Cruz. Rico Bautista?
Rocio.
Bastillo.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Well-
I'm assuming you understand. Yes, okay.
Did I not translate it?
Did a great job, earlier. Thank you for helping us out. Go ahead.
Yes. I'm a co-founder of Inspire Institute in Carrollton, Texas. And as Irma mentioned, it's a great concern for us as educators that people would not have a license, but they will still work any way they can, right? Also, as a school, this affects us because we have a great increase of dropouts. 50% of my students drop out because of this reason. So And many people that wants to go to school, that we receive phone calls every day, they want to enroll in school, they can't enroll anymore. So we do ask that please reconsider this law for the benefit of our people in Texas. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for your help earlier. Israel Garcia.
You're hiring.
Oh, yes, you can. Mr. Garcia, understand the rules?
¿Entiende las reglas?
Sí.
You got 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Yes, 3 minutos.
Buenos días. Texas es uno de los estados más fuertes.
Good morning. Texas is one of the strongest.
Y bueno, yo represento lo que es
I represent
el área de aire acondicionado
AC.
y todos los negocios que tenemos,
And all of the businesses that we have,
servicio residencial,
which is residential service,
pues contamos con vehículos de trabajo,
we count with vehicles,
con un local
with a location,
y pues gastos generales.
general finance expenses.
Entonces, la manera que vamos a ser afectados
So the way this is going to affect
es de que una vez que ya no podamos trabajar, vamos a tener que buscar la manera de hacerlo legalmente.
one of the ways that it's going to affect is if this moves forward, they're going to try to find a way to, I'm so sorry,
No, trabajar, no informal,
underground work,
porque tenemos gastos ya también de
because we do
gastos.
have a lot of expenses as far as family and housing.
Y la industria va a ser afectada porque los precios
The
van a
industry
tener
is
que
going to be affected in a negative way because the prices are going to go, ¿va a bajar?
van a drop the price.
They're going to drop their pricing,
Y vamos a ser afectados muchas compañías.
and a lot of companies are going to be affected that way.
Además, por la parte de seguridad,
The part where it's regulated,
eh, muchas casas que hay que trabajan los electricistas,
a lot of
plomeros,
houses that electrician and plumbers work for,
pueden caer en fuego o inundaciones.
they can go under any flooding or any fire with negligence, somebody that is not licensed to work on those areas.
Entonces, pido por favor que haya algún tipo de cambio.
So
para
please
poder remediar.
reconsider so we can have a remedy for this.
La economía va a seguir siendo afectada
The economy will continue to be affected in a negative way
porque también hay muchas equity companies aquí en Austin.
porque también hay,
Compañías.
because there's a lot of equity companies in Austin,
Y el precio de labor
and
va
the
a
price
aumentar
of
mucho.
labor is going to be increased.
Eso es todo.
And that's it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Thank you for your time. All right. Manuela, I can't read your writing. Cornell. Manuela, what is this? I can't. Is there a Manuela here? Okay. I'm not sure. Maria Castaneda? You read it? Ms. Castaneda, do you understand the instructions?
Yes.
Okay, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead and go.
3 minutos.
Buenos días, mi nombre es María Elena Castañeda.
Good morning. My name is Maria Elena Castañeda.
Gracias por brindarme la oportunidad de estar
Thank you
aquí.
for this opportunity.
Yo obtuve la licencia de
I obtained
cosmetología
my license in cosmetology
en el 2018.
in 2018.
Trabajé por 5 años en
I
un salón
worked
de
for
belleza
5 years in a hair salon
donde me pagaban el 40%.
where I would earn 40% commission.
Después me aumentaron el 50%
After they increased to 50% commission,
y yo trabajaba como si fuera la manager con una
and I
parte
would
de trabajo.
work like if I was the manager of the salon.
Trabajé mucho para lograr abrir mi propio salón.
I worked a lot so I can be able to have a hair salon, my own hair salon.
Ahora tengo una socia.
Now I have an associate,
Abrimos un salón en el 2022
and they have opened a salon in 2022
con la promesa de darle a nuestros trabajadores un trato digno.
with the promise to give our employees a valid employment. Okay.
Hoy tengo 3 sillas vacías.
Today I have
Espacio para
3
manicurista,
empty chairs and an empty space for a manicurist.
porque me estoy topando con la realidad de que hay gente que trabaja desde sus casas. sin
Because
tener
now
una licencia.
we are at a place where people are working at home instead of in a salon.
Y yo creo que es algo que se debería revisar antes.
And this is something that we should take in consideration before moving forward with this law.
Para evitar que la gente siga trabajando desde la clandestinidad.
So we can try to stop people working from homes.
Que nosotros ya tenemos un estudio.
We already have a licensed studio.
Hoy por hoy yo contribuyo a
Today I contribute to the economy.
pago la renta de un
I
salón,
pay my rent.
pago el
I pay
property
my
taxes,
taxes.
pago impuestos. Y tomaré el micrófono para hablar un poco sobre mi vida personal. Y cómo
And I
me
will take a
afecta
moment
directamente.
to talk about my personal experience.
Soy madre soltera, tengo 2 hijas.
I'm a single mother with 2 kids.
La mayor tiene 19 años
The oldest is 19,
y ella tiene una condición llamada lupus.
and she has a condition called lupus.
Gracias a mi trabajo, yo me permito pagar un seguro médico para que ella tenga una vida digna.
Because of my job, I have the income to provide a life for my child.
Ella también tiene una licencia de cosmetología
She also has a cosmetology license,
y también es una estudiante de UNT.
and she is also a student.
Ella tiene un trabajo de medio tiempo.
She has a part-time job.
No estoy criando unas hijas ociosas.
She is not raising the children. I'm so sorry. Lazy individuals.
Las estoy educando, poniéndoles de
I'm
ejemplo,
educating them to give them the example
que la educación abre las
that
puertas.
education does open a lot of doors.
Entonces les pido que por favor
So
reconsideren su
please
cambio
reconsider this change.
y que no manden a la gente a trabajar en casa sin las medidas
And
necesarias.
please don't push people to work at homes with unnecessary measures.
Gracias por su tiempo.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Jesus Tapia, are you back here? Thank you, Mr. Tapia.
Buenos días, mi
Bueno.
nombre es Jesús Tapia
Good morning. My name is Jesus Tapia,
y vengo de Eli Barber Beauty Supplies.
and I come from LEB Barber Beauty Supplies.
Como distribuidor de productos para salones y barberías,
Like a distributor for products to barbers and stylists,
todos los días veo el drama
every day I see the drama.
de más de 300
More
salones
than
que
300 hair salons that we visit,
visitamos en el área central de Texas. Que visitamos en el área central de
that we visit in Central Texas.
Me parece como resumen de todo lo que han dicho,
Like a resume of everything that they have said,
si queremos proteger
if we want to protect
a la comunidad del
the
estado de
community of the state of Texas,
Texas, por favor,
please
reconsideren
reconsider
la implementación de esa ley
the implementation of this law
que hace que las personas, que algunas personas no van a poder obtener su licencia
that these individuals are not going to be able to obtain their license,
porque eso sería poner en riesgo
and that is going to cause a risk
la economía,
in the economy,
la salud,
the health and safety
pues sí, la seguridad de las personas, de la comunidad del estado de Texas, ¿verdad? Que es muy grande y es todo. Nada más les pido, por favor, reconsideren
Please reconsider
para proteger a
to protect
nuestra comunidad.
our community.
Gracias.
Gracias. We have 4 more, huh? Okay. We have 4 more. Commissioners, we have 5 more, so just giving you a heads up. Lorena? Xaviera?
Thank you, sir.
We'll get, we're 5 more. We're almost.
You don't, okay. Good morning.
You understand the instructions?
Yes, sir.
3 minutes. Okay, go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Lorena Chavarria, owner Dax Academy. My daughter is going to continue to speak our petition.
Hi, my name is Valeria Lopez. I'm a current student here at Dax Academy. If with y'all's permission, would y'all be able to if I can hand out these papers, y'all can read along with me. If not,
No, we just take what you got.
thank you. With your permission.
Sure.
To this letter, I respectfully address you in my capacity as founder and director of Academy, an education institution committed not only to professional training in the beauty industry, but also transforming lives through education, dignity, and opportunity. Dax Academy was founded in 2014, over 11 years ago, becoming the first school to offer classes entirely in Spanish in Austin, with the firm purpose of opening doors to communities that have historically faced language barriers and limited access to education. For years, Dax Academy.
You know what? Listen to your mom. Slow down. You're good. You're doing great. I know it's nervous, but you're fine. Take your time.
Okay.
Take your time. I'll give you time.
For years, Dax Academy has been a place of hope for hundreds of individuals facing vulnerable circumstances, victims of domestic violence, single mothers, individuals with economic barriers, migration navigation complex processes, and members of our community seeking a second chance to rebuild their lives. Our educational model does not only teach a technical skill, it represents a real path towards economic independence, emotional stability, and social reintegration. Every student who walks through our doors is not only seeking to learn, but to heal, grow, and believe in themselves again. However, the recent implementation of regulation requiring verification of legal status for obtaining or renewing a license have created a profoundly negative impact on the population we serve. Today, we see with concern how students who have demonstrated discipline, effort, and commitment are not facing an ability to practice the profession for which they have trained. Individuals who, through our program, were able to leave environments of violence or hardship are now at risk of returning to cycles of instability, economic dependence, and even extreme vulnerability. This situation affects not only individuals but entire families. Behind every student, there are children, households, and dreams that depend on this opportunity to move forward. As an institution, we have witnessed success stories that are now at risk of not being repeated. Women who have achieved economic independence after years of abuse, parents who were able to support their children with dignity, individuals who found purpose, self-esteem, and direction. Limiting access to a license does not only limit a profession, it limits the possibility of personal and social transformation. We understand the importance of regulation and compliance with the law. However, we respectfully appeal to sensitivity and social commitment of this honorable commission to consider adjustments. The allow inclusion of these populations within a fair and humane framework. We respectfully propose that alternative be evaluated, such as special programs or conditional permits, transitions process for current enrollment students, options that allow individuals to practice under certain guidelines within their status is being regularized. Our petition does not come from opposition, but from direct experience from those who need them the most. It comes from real stories, from the tears who seen door closed represents with their opportunities. We firmly believe that education is a tool of social change, and that when opportunity is given to one person, a family is transformed, a community is strengthened, and ultimately a society's whole benefits. Today we come before you.
You have to wrap it up and give you 2 more seconds here.
With respect, empathy, and deep hope, we request an adjustment to this regulation which is considered allowing to continue providing opportunities to the most. We thank you for your time, your attention, and your willingness to adhere to this position.
You did a great job, young lady. Great job. Good job. You should be proud.
Thank you.
Blanca Lopez. Ms. Lopez, you understand the rules we talked about?
Yes.
You have 3 minutes. Go ahead and go.
So good morning. My name is Blanca Lopez. I'm owner of the beauty salon in Fort Worth, Texas. I have been a licensed professional for 10 years, and I have dedicated over 15 years of my life to this industry. This is not just my job. It is how I provide for my family, pay my bills, and support my 3 children. Today, I am here because the new requirement to show legal status in order to renew a license is not just a policy change. It is something that deeply affects hardworking people like me. People who have followed the rules, people who went to school, trained, paid for the license, and built their careers with effort and dedication. Taking away our ability to renew a license is not just a more difficult procedure, it is a barrier that makes it harder for us to support our families, pay for essentials, and see a secure future for our children. This does not just affect us, this affects our children, our families, and our communities. When someone loses the opportunity to work legally, they also lose the stability and peace of mind they need every day. We are not asking for a special treatment. We are asking for understanding. We are asking for the opportunity to continue working in the profession we love and that we have worked so hard to build it. And I am proud to work I do. I am proud of the years I have dedicated to this industry. And I am here in the hope that you can hear us and understand the real impact it has in our lives. Please help us move forward. Please do not take away our future. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to participate.
Well done. Thank you. Rico Gomez. Gomez? Okay. Got 3 more commissioners, or 4 more.
It's Rocio Gomez.
Okay. Go, you understood the rules, right?
Yes, I do.
3 minutes. Go ahead and go.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Rocio Gomez. I am a licensed/technician and a small business owner here in Austin, Texas. I am here to speak in strong opposition to the proposed Rule 60.39. Specifically, I am here to challenge the department's determination that this rule will have no adverse economic effect on small businesses and micro businesses. Under Texas Government Code 2006.002, state agencies must prepare an economic impact statement if a rule may have an adverse effect on small or micro businesses. TDLR has bypassed this requirement. The department has failed to consider an alternative, less burdensome methods of achieving compliance that could protect the Texas miracle in our small business growth. As someone in the front lines of the Texas economy, I can tell you that this assessment is not only inaccurate, it is dangerous to our state's growth. Texas is currently the fast growth capital of the nation, but we are being strangled by skilled labor shortage. Many of these individuals are the backbone of our service industries, licensed barbers, cosmetologists, and HVAC technicians who pay fees, who pay taxes, and keep our economy moving. When legitimate businesses cannot find licensed staff or when skilled workers are pushed out of the system, consumer prices skyrocket and public safety declines. This rule punishes law-abiding small businesses by shrinking the legal labor pool and handling a competitive advantage to unlicensed shadow operators who do not follow TDLR safety standards. In closing, I want to leave the commission with one final thought. Texas cannot afford to guess when it comes to our workforce. The department's current assessment that this rule has no adverse economy effect ignores the reality of every single business owner here today. Let's ensure that our regulations protect the public without unintentionally dismantling the small businesses that power the Texas miracle. Thank you for your leadership and for your careful consideration of the economy and the future of our state. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gomez. Teresa Carnillo. Good morning.
Morning.
You
Good
understand
morning.
the rules?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead and go.
My name is Teresa Carrillo.
My name is Teresa Carrillo.
Soy dueña de un spa desde hace 10 años
I am the owner of a spa, 10 years,
y hoy represento la no profit regando nuestras raíces.
and I represent nonprofit
Regando
Regando Nuestras Raíces.
No maltratarás
You will not disturb,
ni oprimirás al extranjero.
ni oprimirás al extranjero. I'm so sorry, I don't know how to translate that word. No oprimirás al extranjero.
Como que no lo presionarás.
Oh, you will not pressure the foreigners,
Porque extranjeros fuisteis vosotros.
because we are all foreign.
Regular no es desaparecer.
Regulate is not disappear.
Hoy estamos en el George H.W. Bush Building.
Today we are in George H.W. Bush Building,
Y aquí hay algo que decir claro.
and today we have something to clear.
La inmigración no se va a detener,
The immigration is not going to detain.
se administra.
You administrate it.
Texas tiene 1.6 millones de inmigrantes sin estatus.
Texas has 1.6 million immigrants in the status.
Muchos de ellos ya estudiaron,
Some of them already studied.
ya se certificaron,
They already have a certification,
ya tienen o tuvieron licencia,
and they have or obtained licenses.
ya están dentro del sistema.
They are already inside of the economic system.
Hoy con las decisiones del
Today, with the decisions of TDLR,
se está sacando a esas personas.
we are removing those people.
Pero aquí está la verdad.
But here's the truth.
La inmigración ha desaparecido.
The immigration, has it really disappeared?
¿Cómo se creen que van a detener el trabajo?
How do you think you're going to hold the work?
Esto no va a parar.
This is not going to stop.
Esto simplemente se va a volver clandestino.
This is going to be a clandestine business.
Y esto va a afectar a todos.
And it's going to affect everyone.
No solo a los que no tienen papeles.
Not only the people that are not documented,
También a nosotros que tenemos papeles y negocios legales.
but also ourselves that we have business and legal business.
¿Por qué? Porque van a trabajar en la sombra.
Why? Because they're going to work under the shadows.
No van a pagar impuestos.
They're not going to pay taxes.
No van a poder regularlo.
They're not going to be able to be regulated.
Y esto va a romper realmente el negocio.
And this is going to rip the market apart.
Competencia desleal,
Disloyal competence,
precios distorsionados,
rising in the pricing,
negocios formales debilitados y en la quiebra.
weak businesses.
Esto no protege la economía.
This is not really going to protect the economy.
Esto la daña.
It's going to affect it negatively.
Pero no vamos a buscar culpables.
But we're not going to reach out to see whose fault.
¿Quién hizo el vacío legal?
Who did the legal status?
We give you 15 more seconds.
15 segundos.
Propuestas claras.
Clear processes.
¿Por qué no creamos un espacio legal donde las personas con licencia puedan obtener algún estatus de trabajo?
Why can't we create something that the people with licenses can actually work?
Las personas que ya hayan estudiado puedan seguir trabajando
The people that have already studied, they can continue to work legally.
y que luego de cierto tiempo sepamos que no va a poder seguirse.
And then later, in the later future, we are going to understand. I'm sorry, repítelo.
Que van a poder asegurar esa ley.
Then later you can assure that law.
Que nos den el tiempo para.
To give us
revisar.
time to be stabilized.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. so
Thank
much.
you.
Great.
Mhm.
Fatima R. We got 2 more commissioners. Have her state her full name, please, if you don't mind.
¿Tu nombre completo?
Buenos días, mi nombre es Fátima Rivera.
Good morning, my name is Fatima Rivera.
Does she understand the 3 rules? The
¿Y
3
si
minutes?
entiendes las reglas?
Yeah.
Yes.
You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Tienes 3 minutos.
Hoy estoy aquí para compartir mi opinión sobre esta nueva ley.
Today I'm here to say my opinion over this new law.
He visto de una forma directa
I have seen with a direct
cómo ha
vision
afectado a
how
estudiantes,
it has affected students,
ya que dieron el paso de inscribirse en una escuela registrada.
that they already given the step to register in a registered school.
Estudiantes que pagaron su registro,
Students that have paid their tuition
que cuentan con número oficial
and they have a permit number
y que han estado tomando clases
and they have been taking classes
para aprender a trabajar de manera correcta,
so they can learn how to work correctly
segura y conforme a las regulaciones
with
del Estado.
safety and regulation that TDLR requires.
Es muy triste ver cómo se apagan los sueños
It saddens us how all these dreams are gonna disappear.
de personas que llegaron con ganas de aprender,
For people that were enthusiastic to learn,
de superarse
to survive,
y sobre todo de emprender un negocio
and to start their own business legally,
de manera correcta y responsable.
correct and responsible.
Muchos de ellos ya están en la recta final de su formación.
All of these students are almost in the final stage of obtaining their license.
Han invertido tiempo
They have invested time, money,
y esfuerzo para alcanzar una meta.
and they have obtained
Dinero y esfuerzo para alcanzar una meta.
they have obtained time and money to fulfill their future.
Para obtener una licencia y construir un mejor futuro.
So they can be able to obtain a license and construct a new future, a better future.
Por eso, hoy estamos aquí
That's why we are here today
para decirles que consideren a todos
to
aquellos
please consider all the students
que ya están registrados
that are already in the system
y en un proceso de completar
and
su
in a
preparación.
process of completing their licensing.
También les pedimos
Also,
que consideren a quienes
please
ya cuentan
consider
con una licencia
the people that already have a license
para que puedan seguir renovándola
so they can continue to renew it
y continuar con sus trabajos y
and
negocios.
continue with their businesses and work.
Porque detrás de cada estudiante
Because behind every student,
hay una historia,
there's a story.
hay sacrificios,
There's sacrifice,
hay familias,
there's families,
hay sueños que no empezaron ayer,
there's dreams that didn't start yesterday.
sino que llevan tiempo construyéndose con esfuerzo.
They've been
y
having
esperanza.
time constructing these dreams
Hoy,
with faith.
hoy no solo se está tomando una decisión sobre
Today,
esta ley,
not only there's a decision making within this law,
se está decidiendo el rumbo de muchas vidas,
you're deciding on a lot of people's lives,
4 seconds.
vidas de personas que quieren hacer las cosas bien,
lives of people that really want to do this right,
que quieren trabajar con dignidad,
that want to work with dignity,
que quieren aportar a su comunidad
and want to support their community
y salir adelante.
and move forward.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you
Thank
so much. Okay. Manuela Oviedo. It's anybody? Okay. All right, commissioners. I think that's it. Thank you very much. Thank you
Thank
for your
you.
time. Thank you for your efforts. Appreciate your chancellor leaders through. We're going to go into item D, commissioners. We'll now go into executive session to consult with our attorney under sections 551.071 subsection 1 and 551.071 subsection 2 and 551.074 of the government code. The time is 9:41. After executive session, we'll take a break. Deanna, how long do you think we need exec session?
30 minutes.
Okay, let's go. It's time for us to we'll do 10:15. We'll get back here at 10:15 and pick up with any action items from the executive session to begin the contested cases. All right. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, let me start over. The time is now 10:42 still, and we'll call us back from executive session. There are no items from executive session. Two things I'd like to note. I need a motion, commissioners, for the absentee of Commissioner Castañeda, and then I need to make it noted that Commissioner Callis had to leave, so he's not going to be here for the second half meeting.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, commissioners, we are on item F, the minutes. Take a motion. There's a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay. We are on item G, commissioners, contested cases. I'm going to read some instructions for you guys, so please pay attention, and hopefully, if you have any questions, let me know. If anyone is appearing in person for a case today, we'll call upon you when your case is announced. We'll hear from the prosecutor first, then you'll have approximately an opportunity to speak. Make sure you speak clearly, say your name and who you represent. Each side will have 5 minutes to speak with a 3-minute rebuttal time. Please understand the commission is only considering information that is in the record from when the case was heard at SOA. So you must limit your comments to those matters that were presented at the SOA hearing. Okay? Item G, we can go with item number 1, Jessica Tata.
Morning, Chairman, Commissioners.
Good morning.
My name is Jessica Hurtado, and I'm a prosecutor in the Enforcement Division. The ALJ recommends that you revoke G. Dang's massage therapist license based on her criminal history. I ask that you adopt the PFD as amended by the exceptions filed on December 8th. Respondent obtained her massage therapist license in January 2021. In May 2023, the Plano Police Department conducted an undercover operation at the Red Rose Spa, where respondent was employed. The Plano Police Department's detective purchased a 30-minute massage session, which was performed by respondent. During the massage, respondent offered to perform sexual acts on the detective in exchange for additional money. As a result, the respondent was charged with prostitution. A jury convicted her, and she was sentenced by the judge to spend 5 days in jail. At the time of the offense, respondent was 58 years old. At the hearing, she testified that she had worked at the spa approximately 2 months prior to her arrest. Respondent's testimony generally denied that she was guilty and alleged that the detective had lied about what happened. Respondent states that she worked as a massage therapist at a different establishment for the last 6 months. 2 of respondent's clients testified on her behalf that they did not believe the respondent was guilty, and she also provided letters of recommendation. Prostitution is a guideline crime for massage therapists as a crime involving prohibited sexual conduct. Massage therapists see their clients in private settings, often when they are partially or fully undressed. The ALJ concludes that respondent's offense raises concerns about professional boundaries, ethics, and judgment necessary for the occupation. Allowing the respondent to retain her license will create an opportunity for her to repeat the prohibited conduct. And after analyzing the Chapter 53 factors, the ALJ concludes the respondent is presently unfit to hold a massage therapist license. I ask that you adopt the PFD as amended by the ALJ's exceptions letter, and I'm available to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, Commissioner? I'll take a motion.
Chair, I
Yes.
move to adopt the PFD as issued by the ALJ.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you. I think you're doing number 2, and that is Ying Hong Yu. I got, and I apologize for mispronouncing your name. Ms. Yu, am I pronouncing that right?
我叫岳简华，感谢大家给我一
Just
个
a minute, just a minute.
Am I pronouncing her name correctly?
讲你的名字对不对？
讲你的名字，慢慢讲你的名字。
简华月。
建华月, that's her name, correct.
Okay. So okay. All right. I want to make sure. Does she understand the rules that I read earlier?
你知道刚刚他跟你解释的，好像就是说，总共先是他讲话，然后你讲，然后总共只有5分钟，然后3分钟的答辩。了解
Yes.
Okay. So the prosecutor will go first, and then she'll have a chance to do rebuttal. Okay. And if you don't mind, if she needs, the prosecutor will take her time while he allows you to just let Miss Yu know what she's saying. Okay. Okay. And you're welcome to. That's fine. Is that gonna be Jessica? That'll be okay with you right there? Okay. I just want to make sure. All right. Go ahead.
Jessica Hurtado, prosecutor in the Enforcement Division. The ALJ recommends that you deny Jian Yu's application for a massage therapist license based on her criminal history.
他说，因为你有犯罪的记录，所以给你
I ask that you adopt the proposal for decision as written.
下面要解释怎么回事。
In April 2023, the applicant pled guilty to and was convicted of prostitution. According to the police report, officers conducted an undercover operation at the residence in
April 2023, 他说在 Resident 有抓到你卖。
after communicating via a dating app and arranging to purchase sexual acts for cash.
他们用金钱交换办。
When the officer arrived at the hotel room, a female admitted him and indicated that he should get undressed.
他说那个是警察化身到那个他说别的女的衣服。
When the officer asked for 2 girls, the female began texting on her phone.
警察他说用2个女的，他说那个女当时的那个女的就电手机去找另外一个。
Subsequently, the applicant knocked on the door and was let into the hotel room.
所以他第二个他说你就进去了，
The officer inquired about condoms, and the second female brought out 2 unopened condoms.
避孕套，他说你打开的那个。
After agreeing on a price to have sexual contact with both females, the officer signaled to detectives who came to the room as well.
说讲了以后，两个女的要钱都已经谈好了，叫外面的人进来。
When the detectives entered, the applicant grabbed both condoms and attempted to conceal them.
另外一个进来以后，避孕套赶快拿走，盖起来。
The applicant was 46 years old when the offense occurred.
African means her. 他说你在这个事情发生的时候，你是46岁。
Subsequently, in December 2024, the applicant applied for a massage therapist license. She answered no when asked if she had been convicted of any criminal offense.
2024. 2024你要求拿那个执照，没有这个事情如实报告，没有把这个过去犯的事情报告出来。
At the hearing, the applicant testified that she was actually innocent and only pled guilty on the advice of her attorney. She stated that she had no other professional skills and needs to obtain her license in order to earn a living. She testified that her answer on the application was a mistake and not intentional. Prostitution is a guideline crime for massage therapists as a crime involving prohibited sexual conduct. Massage therapists see their clients in private settings, often when they are partially or fully undressed. The ALJ concludes that respondent's offense raises concerns about professional boundaries and the judgment necessary for the occupation. And allowing her to obtain a license will create an opportunity for her to repeat the prohibited conduct in the future. The ALJ concludes that the applicant is presently unfit to hold a massage therapist's license and recommends that you deny the application. I ask that you adopt the proposal for decision as written. I'm available to answer your questions. Thank you.
Commissioners, any questions? Okay. She has opportunity to respond. 5 minutes to respond.
我就是关于
Please,
这个案子
Miss you,
我也
I'm
不
sorry.
想做。
Just make sure you tell her it's got to be what was presented at the case, okay?
他说只能讲他刚刚讲的，他刚刚讲的答辩。
就是我想关于这个案子，我也不想多做的别的解释。就是当初是我律师建议我认罪的。
She said that she has nothing.
Ma'am, you're going to have to speak into the mic a little louder. And you're going to speak to us, not to her, to us.
I don't want to explain any further. I just want to explain it was the attorney's suggestion for me to plead guilty.
就是事后我也非常后悔，并且我也一直努力的工作。
I regretted that event. I'm trying hard to work hard for having a means for support my living.
而且当初发生那事情是我一个朋友叫我过去的。
That the incident was happened when my friend calling me to the hotel.
就是我非常需要这份工作。
I need this job very much.
就是可以请求大家再次考虑我的执照申请。
I would request reconsider my application for the license.
Okay. Is that it?
That's it.
Okay. Okay. Commissioners, questions? Thank you, ma'am. Questions? Yes, sir. Commissioner Doctor.
Council Rato, I think there's an admission of guilt, right? Whether a lawyer advised or something in a court of law, there is an admission of guilt. Is that a fair assessment?
Can you repeat?
So there was an admission of guilt. You know, the attorney said or something, but in a court of law, it's been admitted as evidence that there is that a fair assessment?
Are you asking who you asking?
I thought
prosecutor.
Yeah, prosecutor. But it's all right. It's all right.
想别的解释。对。
Yes, I don't want to expand any further.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Is that sufficient? Did you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other questions, commissioners? All right, I'll take a motion.
I move to adopt the PFD as issued by the ALJ.
Is there a second?
Second the motion.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries. But you have other means. We'll have staff get with you and follow up, kind of explain to you what other options you might have down the road, okay? Thank you for your time.
他现在就是他同意那个他们
Um,
提出来要 deny， 他还会再跟你其他人跟
I think we're going with Laura, Commissioners item 3, Laura Young. No, I'm sorry. I'm check that. I'm sorry. Item 2. Ying Hu. No, I'm sorry. Laura Young. Yeah, I got it right. 3. I apologize. Yes. Laura Young.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Jessica. Ms. Brown, are you a prosecutor? Okay. Carney, if she needs to have a discussion, she can wait. We'll wait for the translator to finish with this case. We'll help her out, okay? Thank you. Okay. Ma'am, what is your name?
Lin Pai.
Miss Pai.
Yes.
Okay. Can you ask him if he understands the rules that I read earlier?
刚刚跟你解释，总共他检察官先讲，然后你可以讲，总共只有5分钟，然后再问答。了解了吗？ Yes.
Perfect. Okay. We'll hear from the prosecutor first, and then he'll have an opportunity. Go ahead, Ms. Brown.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Zoarki Dugar Brown, and I'm a prosecutor with the Enforcement Division.
他的名字是 Zoai， 他是检察官。
I recommend you accept the administrative law judge's proposal for decision and assess young Laura, the respondent, an administrative penalty of $6,000.
他们
For allowing unlicensed employees to perform or offer to perform foot massages for customers at Pain Relief Center.
因为你允许
Pain Relief Center was inspected on August 3rd, 2022. By Inspector Jose Canizales, and again on February 3rd, 2023, by Investigator Jared Crane. Based on the evidence admitted, the ALJ found that the department proved that the respondent committed a total of 3 violations for employing unlicensed individuals. For consistent and efficient enforcement of the massage therapy law and rules, we recommend you assess the minimum penalty for 3 Class C violations of $6,000. This penalty complies with the department's enforcement plan that was approved by both the Massage Advisory Board and the Commission. Furthermore, at the hearing on September 24th, 2025, Mr. Lohr conceded to the violations alleged from the August 3rd, 2022 inspection. She conceded, agreed.
Okay. 他说那个时候 2024.
The violations occurred August 3rd, 2022. The hearing was September 24th, 2025.
Okay. So 他说2024你同意那个罚款。
Mr. Lohr argued that corrections had been made after that inspection and that he no longer allowed unlicensed employees to practice massage. Thus, he denied all violations of unlicensed activity from the February 3rd, 2023 inspection. The department recommends you adopt the PFD as written and assess the respondent a $6,000 administrative penalty for allowing 3 unlicensed employees to perform and or offer to perform massage services. Said penalty helps to protect the public health, safety, and address the risk associated with unlicensed activity. Thank you for your time, and I'm available for any questions.
Any questions, Commissioners?
Council, if I look at my notes, apparently there are about 10 allegations and only 3 were proven. That's correct?
That's correct.
So, and
Commissioner, you just give me a second, ma'am. Can you translate what the Commissioner's saying? I want to make sure Mr. Young
Yeah,
hears this.
sorry.
Okay. Go ahead.
To repeat,
my understanding that there are 10 separate allegations. Of those 10, only 3 were proven.
If you can translate that to him,
他
please.
说有10个不同的，有10个不同的那个犯规。
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Brown. Dugan, sorry.
That is correct, Commissioner. Mr. Lohr agreed to those 3 violations.
Only just 3.
Yes,
And but the 7 were unproven. That's correct.
that's correct. The court did not find in our favor.
And what's the
Give her time. Give her a minute. He's catching up with you. I know it's hard. I apologize. I want to make sure.
Sorry.
Did he understand what he just said?
Yeah, so
Okay,
it's
okay, go ahead,
only
Commissioner.
3, not 10.
Okay. And what's the basis for the 2,000? What's the range, the class, or whatever the violation is? How did the $2,000 per violation come up?
It's a Class C violation, and the Class C violation allows a range from $2,000 to $5,000. And so the department requested, and the ALJ agreed with a $2,000 penalty for each violation.
Okay. Is there any number that we can pick between 2,000, 5,000, or we just stuck at the 2,000?
The commission is free to pick from the enforcement plan, but we're asking that the commission adopt what was recommended by the ALJ, which is the $2,000.
Thank you. I have no.
Okay.
5000是每一个，他说所以他们是
Any more questions, Commissioners?
6000。
Okay.
Is he
Yeah,
allowed
yes,
to
yeah.
talk?
It'll be his time to talk, yes.
Okay. 你就讲中文。
He's got 5 minutes. Go ahead.
那说什么？
你讲中文，讲帮你
这得重新讲。
对，
重新讲啊。各位委员，早上好，
Good morning, everybody.
我叫央洛，
My name is Law Yang.
是 Pain Relief Center 的业主。
I'm the owner of a pain relief center.
感谢各位今天来给予我发言的机会。
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today.
首先，我想表达我对委员会以及相关监管程序的尊重。
I would like to express my respect for the Commission and the regulatory process. I understand the importance of maintaining professional standards and compliance.
我理解保持专业标准和合规的经营的重要性。
Regarding this case, I want to say I take the matter very serious since the issue was raised. I have made every effort to review and improve my business. I understand this is an important matter.
关于这2个案件，
About these 2 cases,
我想说明，
I would like to say,
我非常认真对待这件事情。
yeah, I take it seriously.
自从问题提出来以来，
I have taken steps to ensure compliance, including reviewing procedures, improve record keeping, and making sure all requirements are clearly understood and followed.
我们已经采取了一系列的措施来保障合规。
In addition, we have been operating responsibly and have not had any further issues since that time.
包括重新审查操作那个流程
Yeah.
改进记录管理，
我都讲了。
讲了是吧？此外，自那以后，我们一直在负责任地经营，
Yeah, 都讲了。
没有再出现内项的问题。我们的业务是为了社区提供合法的按摩服务，专注于缓解疼痛和健康护理。
Our business serves the community by providing legitimate massage services, focusing on pain relief and wellness. We value our reputation and want to continue operating in full compliance with the law.
我非常重视自身的荣誉，并且希望在完全遵守法矩的前提下继续经营。不说了。
I respectfully ask the Commission to consider our efforts to correct any issues and our commitment to compliance moving forward with reduced penalty amount.
谢谢。
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions, commissioners? Commissioner High?
So he is requesting the penalty be reduced?
你要求减轻罚款。Yes.
To below 2,000 per offense?
Below, 他说少于2000一个人。那你 propose 多少？
他曾经说过4500。
They mentioned before the 4,500.
Who mentioned that?
谁说的？
不是在那里说过的。
In his record showing that.
Mr. Dugan Brown, you have a comment on that?
That was occurred during settlement negotiations prior to the SOAR hearing, but that settlement was rejected.
Okay, thank you.
Would you let him know what she just said? Thank you.
他说
All right, any other questions, commissioners?
被否决。
不是我们提出来，是他本身写出来的。
Okay. I'll take a motion.
Okay.
Move that we accept the PFD as written.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Mr.
Thank you,
Dugan, I
Commissioners.
apologize for your name earlier.
No
Thank
problem.
you so much. And can you let him know that if you'll be able to meet with them afterwards, they have other steps they possibly could take, okay? And Carnation, can you make sure that happens? Thank you. Okay, commissioners, I'm going to take item 4 and 6 together since the same prosecutor is going to be Natalie O'Vera. If you don't mind, give me some latitude here. Ms. Oliveira, thank you. Go ahead. Yes, ma'am.
Ready?
Sorry. Go
Okay.
ahead. Yes. You're waiting on
Um,
me. Go ahead.
Start with Hasim Al-Shahab. Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Natalie Olvera. I'm a Senior Prosecutor in the Enforcement Division. The ALJ recommends you deny Ali Hassan Al-Shahab's license application for a private property tow operator license based on Mr. Al-Shahab's criminal history and unfitness to hold the license. I ask that you adopt the PFD with the modifications of the new conclusion of law number 11, which addresses petitioner's 2023 deferred adjudication of possession of a controlled substance. Additionally, the renumbering of the conclusions of law. In 2022, petitioner was convicted of the felony attempt to commit transaction of narcotic drugs. And in 2023, petitioner was placed on deferred adjudication for felony possession of a controlled substance. In 2023, petitioner applied for a tow company license and was denied based on his criminal history and lying about his past criminal offenses on his application.
No hearing was requested. Again, due to petitioner's criminal history, petitioner's previous incident management tow operator license, which was granted by the department, was revoked via default order in February of 2024. Later in 2024, petitioner filed an application for a private property tow license, which again was denied based on petitioner's criminal history and again lying about his past criminal offenses on his application. Petitioner requested a hearing. During the SOA hearing, department investigator testified in 2022, petitioner was pulled over in a vehicle containing 32 pounds of marijuana and about 1,000 vials of THC. And in 2023 was again found with THC of at least 4 grams up to 400 grams. Petitioner testified the reason for his 2 felony offenses was that he was young and dumb, and petitioner has taken a marijuana rehab class of 1 hour, but did not submit any certifications of completion or letters of rehab recommendation. Petitioner's criminal offenses directly relate to the occupation of tow operators because of the mobility of tow operators. While petitioner was between the ages of approximately 20 and 23 years old, because of the similar nature of both felony offenses involving large quantities of illegal substances, these would not be considered crimes of youthful indiscretion. Since petitioner was already previously given a chance at being licensed as a tow operator and committed 2 felony offenses while licensed, I ask the PFD be adopted with the modifications and ask that petitioner's private property tow operator license be denied. I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. O'Leary. Any questions, commissioners? Okay, take a motion.
Chair, I move to adopt the PFD to reflect the deferred education and amend the numbering. Is that fair, counsel? The number?
Yes.
Amend the criminal record.
Yeah.
Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. So the motion, is there a second? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Motion carries. All right, Ms. Oliveira, we'll go to item 6, commissioners.
All right, this will be Stephen Ray Pledger Jr. Natalie Olvera, Prosecutor, Enforcement Division. The ALJ recommends you deny Stephen Ray Pledger Jr.'s license application for an air conditioner refrigeration registered technician license based on petitioner's criminal history. I ask you to adopt the PFD as written. Petitioner's criminal offenses span from 2017 to 2024, including the criminal offenses of 2017 misdemeanor deadly conduct, 2020 misdemeanor of disorderly conduct, discharge, display firearm, and 2024 felony aggravated robbery with a deadly weapon. In all 3 offenses, a gun was involved. Specifically in the 2024 aggravated robbery case, petitioner used a rifle while he was stealing property from an individual. Petitioner stated his friend was the person who shot at the person, but the police lost all the evidence, so he had to accept the deferred probation. Petitioner was placed on 5 years deferred adjudication and won't be released until about January 15, 2029. Petitioner stated his reasons for the criminal offenses was a man was following him, so he aimed the gun at the man. He was target practicing near residences, and he took a person to sell a gun, but the person robbed him instead. If petitioner were to be licensed, he would have direct contact with the general public in an array of different settings. There would be potential for confrontational behavior, and petitioner will be around unattended property. Petitioner was between the ages of 18 to 25 years old, and his offenses would not be considered crimes of youthful indiscretion due to the nature of a gun being involved in all of his offenses. Petitioner did not submit any letters of recommendation, but did state that he had been to an anti-theft class and that the aggravated robbery was not his intent. I ask you to deny Mr. Pledger's application for an ACR registered technician license and adopt the PFD as written. I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Any questions, commissioners? All right, I'll take a motion.
So move to adopt the PFD as issued by ALJ.
Is there all in favor? Say aye. Opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, commissioners, we can go to item 5. 360 Degrees Beauty. Prosecutor is Morgan Cummings, and then we've got let's see, here we go. Mr. Thielen.
Yes, sir.
I just saw that.
Shouldn't you be sitting over there?
Welcome back, Mr. Thielen. And then we have Ms. Dupree. Okay. All right, that threw me off. I'm not gonna. I just noticed. It's been a day. All right, Mr. Thielen, have you explained to your client the rules I read earlier? Okay, perfect. All right. Ms. Cummings?
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Morgan Cumming, and I'm a prosecutor with the Enforcement Division. My co-counsel is Stuart Baggish, also a prosecutor with the Enforcement Division. We recommend you accept the Administrative Law Judge's proposal for decision and assess 360 Degrees Beauty Academy No. 1 Incorporated, the respondent, an administrative penalty of $19,500 and suspend its cosmetology school license number 705274 for 6 months. Additionally, we also recommend you suspend its barber school license number 705952 as requested in the department's exceptions to the proposal for decision. Carnicia, are you going to put the stuff up on the web, please? And y'all should have gotten a packet of exhibits. Did y'all get that? Okay. During the 5-day contested hearing, we had 14 witnesses testify and admitted 49 exhibits. During this hearing, we proved by preponderance of the evidence the respondent failed to practice good hygiene habits, as evident by the infestation of insects, specifically roaches, which can be seen in exhibits number 2 and number 44. Can y'all see that okay? Okay.
Can y'all see that, Commissioners, or do we need to blow that up? Okay.
Okay.
There you go. Perfect.
Okay, the respondent also failed to maintain its furnishings in good repair, which can be seen also in Exhibit 2. The photographs are of torn furniture exposing porous materials that can neither be cleaned nor disinfected that were taken by a department investigator during his on-site investigation of the barber school side of the shared interconnected spaces. The respondent also failed to make and maintain proper cleaning and disinfection records for 6 whirlpool foot spas, failed to retain 1 student's classroom hour records for the required retention period of 48 months, failed to accurately account for distance learning hours granted to 6 students who each filed complaints against the school. The respondent underreported a total of 446.50 distance learning hours for these 6 students, when these students actually earned 612.30 distance learning hours. A critical responsibility of licensed schools is the accurate and this is Exhibit 49, sorry. This part is Exhibit 49. A critical responsibility of licensed schools is the accurate tracking and reporting of student hours. This requirement is fundamental to the integrity of the licensing process. When a school fails to accurately report hours, it directly impacts a student's ability to progress towards licensure. Inaccurate reporting may result in students being required to spend additional time and incur unnecessary financial costs. In some cases, it may delay or prevent them from obtaining a license altogether. Finally, the respondent failed to maintain the required cancellation and settlement policy that provides a full refund of all money paid by a student if the student meets the cancellation requirements. 2 students were charged $1,163.90 plus $13.26 in interest. Both were charged that, despite being entitled to a full refund because they canceled their contracts within the 3-day window. The respondent sent these charges to a collections agency to collect these funds. The respondent did not provide any evidence the collections requests had been terminated. This is exhibit number 41, is the collections letter. While attempting to paint a picture that they had taken corrective actions by updating the contract, the respondent submitted into evidence the school's catalog 2024 with a fake stamp indicating approved effective May 14, 2024, state approving agency. The department never approved this document, as testified by TDLR's Enforcement and Examination Manager, Lorraine Souf. Ms. Dupree, who was the sole witness for the respondent's testimony, is contradicted by every witness called by the department, and rather than take accountability for her actions, she blamed others for her mistakes, while denying outright she did anything wrong. Nor did she provide any evidence of her sincere corrective action taken to come into compliance with the law and rules. The department requests to assess $19,500 total administrative penalty and 6 months sanction of both of her private school license that operate on the same premises is reasonable in the interest of justice due to the seriousness of the violations
and lack of corrective actions and to deter future violations. The ALJ recommends the 6-month suspension of the cosmetology school license. The suspension of both private school licenses is necessary to adequately enforce the law and rules the respondent violated. If both private school licenses are not suspended, then the respondent can continue to operate without any suspension, since the licenses share the same space and address. This respondent could simply transfer students currently enrolled under the cosmetology school license to the barber private school license without any change to where the students would have to travel for class, which would make the 6-month suspension of the cosmetology school license meaningless and ineffective. Therefore, we recommend you accept the administrative law judge's proposal for decision and assess 360 Beauty Academy No. 1 Incorporated, the respondent, an administrative penalty of $19,500 and suspend its cosmetology school license number 705274 for 6 months. We also recommend you suspend its barber school license number 705952 as requested in the department's exceptions to the proposal for decision. I have prepared recommendations on how to amend the PFD. That should be the page by itself for your convenience. I'm available if you have any questions.
Any questions, commissioners? Okay. Mr. Thielen.
Commissioners, Trevor Thielen for the respondent. Before I begin, I wanted to ask, the agenda says 5 minutes for presentation, 3 minutes.
I'm going to give
for
you the
rebuttal.
comparable 10. Absolutely. So
I'm
going
sorry?
to give you the 10. Absolutely. The extra time. I'll make sure you have plenty of time.
I wanted to ask enough time to make sure that Ms. Dupree gets to take up the rebuttal and I get to get done with my presentation. This was a 5-day hearing and we're facing the end of her school, depending on how this case turns out. So I'll ask for your
I think it was agreed that we'll give 10, so we'll give 10. If you need extra, Mr. Thielen will be happy to see what we can do. Okay?
I was retained in this case after the hearing. I handled the exceptions. I'm handling the presentation here today. Laisha Dupree is a military spouse and a lifelong entrepreneur. Through 3 decades of sacrifice and hard work, she's shown others, mostly young women, how to live out their dreams. She teaches more than hair and nails. She shows students how to become small business owners. Most of Ms. Dupree's graduates open their own salons. Their success is her legacy.
This isn't in the record.
Mr. Thielen, is this in the record?
These are arguments about the impact of this case. This
But
whole
we've got
case
to
is-
stay to that SOA. We need it. Whatever has been admitted in that SOA, we need to stay in that SOA.
A 6-month suspension and almost $20,000 in penalties is going to wipe out her school and her legacy. You'll do more than just financially destroy Ms. Dupree. The fallout from that will take out students, teachers, families. If I were in your shoes and my finger were on that button, I'd want to be 100% certain that nothing went wrong in this case and there's not any other options. I'd want to know in my heart that the prosecution and the hearing process were not just fair, but more than fair. I'd want this certainty because even though we want to believe this playing field is fair, I think you understand every licensee goes into one of these hearings in a David versus Goliath situation. And most of the time, things don't turn out like they did in the Bible. Ms. Dupree had a lawyer at the hearing, Mr. Wayman Prince, a personal friend of hers. I know he did his best, but I know he's only one man, and he never handled a SOA hearing or a TDLR case before walking into the longest TDLR hearing I've ever heard of. TDLR's pleadings amended again and again, the discovery of changes, page after page of exhibits, overwhelmed Mr. Prince and Mrs. Dupree. They would have needed a fleet of Mr. Princes just to keep pace. That's financially impossible in this situation. When it was Mr. Prince's turn to ask questions, introduce evidence, he hit a wall of objections and interruptions as the prosecution pulled on every lever possible for every strategic advantage possible. The confusion this strategy caused was definitely effective. When Mr. Prince tried to put in documentary evidence refuting major allegations, the judge wouldn't even look at it. I'm asking you to show Ms. Dupree that balance, fairness, and an open mind can also be a part of these cases. So let's turn to the allegations. The only allegation that the ALJ thinks was worth suspending the license over is the 3-day cancellation policy. The law mandates a full refund if a student signs up for classes but changes their mind within 3 business days. The contracts the school used, which were naturally all the same form, guaranteed that refund but added some fees. TDLR wants you to imagine that every student involved in this case was taken advantage of, but that's just not true. Every student who testified at the hearing was enrolled for weeks or months, and none of them tried to cancel their contracts in the first week. This law and this contract item involving fees doesn't apply to their situation. The only 2 people TDLR could find who tried to cancel their enrollment within 3 business days were a mother and a daughter, neither of whom testified at the hearing. They enrolled together on the same day, and then they tried to cancel together through a single text message to a personal cell phone not used for school operations. Ms. Dupree had allowed them both to enroll without paying 1 cent of a down payment. There was no money to refund. Ms. Dupree testified she discussed this non-compliant language about refunds on her form contracts with Chris Funderburg, now in general counsel, before they were used for the mother and daughter, and that she believed he blessed this language. Mr. Funderburg said he remembered talking to Ms. Dupree about refund issues, but understandably, he had, quote, no personal recollections of the content of those conversations years later, other than what he wrote down in his notes, which were about a slightly different refund issue. The ALJ turned this, I don't remember, other than my notes, testimony into a conclusion that Mr. Funderburg directly refuted Ms. Dupree's memories of their conversations and what she took away from them. Until the hearing wrapped up, Ms. Dupree thought she was probably relying on TDLR's blessing of the contract language. That's why she didn't come in there with a different contract. Now that I'm her lawyer, I've had her correct that language. I brought proof of that if you want to see it. I anticipate an objection.
That's outside the record.
We'll believe
Right
you.
here if you want to see it.
We got you, Mr. Keith. Okay.
She hurt no one. She didn't make a dime from these contracts, and she's fixed the problem.
Again, not in the hearing.
Thank you, Ms. Cummings. Go ahead.
It's not worth giving her the maximum monetary penalty for this, and definitely not the death penalty for her business. TDLR also accused Ms. Dupree of reporting distance learning hours incorrectly after the school temporarily allowed students to learn from home via digital lessons on their phones and computers during the early phases of the pandemic. The evidence TDLR offered to support this misreporting allegation were computer reports from the company the school turned to in the emergency for this online classroom software when the whole world was shutting down. These reports were generated and run years after the fact in 2024. The witness TDLR called about those reports was not even the person who developed or ran those reports. There's no way to be certain that what the 2024 report showed is the same thing that that company was sending to Ms. Dupree in 2020 and 2021 as the pandemic was raging and people were signing up with them for her to enter in as the student's hours. There's no way to be certain that the 2024 report accurately reflected only the time students took taking classes and spent learning, and didn't also include time they were changing passwords, changing their profiles, or leaving the computer idle while still logged in. We just don't know. After a gradual transition, Ms. Dupree eventually returned requiring that student learning take place in the classroom in January 2022. Transitions are tough, and some of her students, witnesses in this case, grew used to conveniences that were never meant to be permanent. Ms. Dupree couldn't cut off students' access to the system because they used it in their classroom hours, but while they're logged in at the school. Giving those students credit for the distance learning hours in 2022 may have required her to falsify government records or allow students to double dip for their hours being logged into the system and at the school at the same time. Now, the ALJ waved away Ms. Dupree's
There's no
testimony about
evidence
this.
on this in the hearing. You did not present any of these arguments or evidence during the hearing.
Testified
this
about
evidence presented at the
she
hearing?
testified about the change in the policy in January 2022.
There was
She-
no attack on the documents submitted by Cengage, the IT company. None of it was attacked for being inaccurate.
I went over these arguments in my exceptions, which are part of the hearing process. I went down all of these things talking about Cengage and my questions about the accuracy of their
We'll get addressed. We'll get these questions with the commissioner's rebuttal. So, or with any questions. So let's go to. I want to hear from Mr. I know you want your client to speak. So let's wrap this up, Mr. Thielen.
Now, ALJ waved away Ms. Dupree's testimony about all of this because she and her lawyer didn't bring written documents to repeat it all in writing. In my exceptions, I pointed out the judge is putting the burden of proof on Ms. Dupree, not on TDLR, where it's supposed to be. The ALJ didn't even engage with that issue. I'm asking you to recognize her testimony and respect the difficulty of being the adult in the room, the one holding the line on policies designed to bring her school back from the temporary exceptions and allowances forced on all of us by the pandemic. She shouldn't be punished for helping us get it back to normal. The next allegation brings us to some of the most troubling behavior from the ALJ. TDLR claimed the school didn't keep proper records for 48 months of the classroom hours for one student, Bailey Borquez, because a pretrial document response from the respondent inadvertently left some pages of records out backing up these classroom hours. My client realized the pages had been left out from the response at some point during the hearing, and during the hearing, she sent the missing pages from her records to the lawyers for both sides. Mr. Prince offered these records during the hearing. The ALJ didn't admit them or even really engage with the issue, either because of minor procedural issues that are often ignored in other cases, or because the evidence was offered at the tail end of the hearing and she already
So
had
they
her
weren't
mind made up.
admitted as evidence.
They weren't.
They were
You're going to have
offered.
to leave them off, Mr. Thielen.
They were offered, and they were also attachments to my exceptions, and that's a legal decision that the judge made, and the prosecution's asking you to make changes to her legal decision.
It's been noted, Mr. Thielen. But let's go on. It's been noted.
Got copies of them, and they were in my exceptions. If you would
Okay.
like to see them today, they are right here.
Okay.
You can't add evidence during
I
an
agree.
exception.
I got Ms. Cummings. I'm well aware of that.
This allegation is factually and actually untrue, and the commission will double down on that untruth if they find that this violation occurred. Now we turn to the less serious allegations.
I'm going to give you a couple more minutes, Mr. Thielen. So if you want your client to speak, we need to. I need to have the time for the commissioners to have questions. Okay.
For the rest of the violations, the prosecution went over them first because they want you to act with your gut about those pictures and things like that. They don't want you to engage with what was actually going on. The ALJ's interpretation of the rules for whirlpool foot spas, I disagreed with and argued against this in my exceptions, which I believe are part of the hearing process. I don't know that they necessarily apply to schools, only using those whirlpool spas occasionally for demonstration purposes only. The spas weren't dirty. There's no evidence that services were performed for the public. There's no evidence that inspectors had ever noted any issue with the school's spas or spas records in years of coming out to the school. Now, the prosecution wants to scare you with a photo of a dead bug in an unplugged fridge. They emphasize this to gross you out, but the reality is the bug was there right after the school had been on break. The bug was killed by my client fumigating over the break. The fridge it died in was not in use, was unplugged, the door was left open, and had no food inside or nearby it. Finally, the most overblown allegation, the one-tear chair. They've asked you to find that the furnishing of the school was in disrepair because of a tear about yay long in one chair in a storage room in the back. And they encourage you to put over $1,000 in penalties for just this violation by itself. I think it's unreasonable and over the top. You're at a crossroads with what you do with this case. If you do what the prosecution and the ALJ want, she'll have no other option but to appeal, and I believe I've brought up a number of the appeal issues for you. But you should also consider that for a 5-day hearing, the judge rushed out her PFD in 23 days. In every case every case I've ever seen, ALJs take over twice that, the full 60 days, to fully consider even the most simple cases. And it makes me wonder if she was going for a record. I filed my 23 pages of exceptions, and the state responded to it with 6 pages single spaced. 5 hours later, the ALJ made her final decision. It was a page and a half and devoted more time to correcting the prosecutor's name than to addressing any of the issues, which again, she waved away. I've recommended my client that she appeal if she loses this case, but I'm encouraging you to take down the violations, take down the penalty, and certainly to take down the suspension, which will destroy her business if you impose it.
Okay. Is that it? All right. Thank you, Mr. Thielen. Commissioners, questions?
Chair.
Yes, sir.
I have a couple of questions to council comments.
Okay, do you want my rebuttal?
Go ahead. Go ahead. I want to hear.
Address?
Hang on, Ms. Cummings.
Okay.
Did you have a question?
No, I'll follow up after that.
I'm gonna give you, because of the time constraints, I'm gonna give you like a minute, and I'll give Mr. Thielen a minute, but that's it. Okay, so keep it quick and short.
Okay, then we keep it short. He says that it was just some fees. I'm going to read to you the fees that she charged for the student who never attended, for 2 students who never attended class,
Or paid.
never went to the school. So I'm gonna read her contract. These few fees. Okay, registration fee $200, disposal fee $300, product fee $263.90, online fee $250, withdrawal fee of $150 for students that never ever attended class. She tried to get over $1,000 in fees.
Okay.
She sent it to collections. And then the other thing, Mr. Markshami, I know you like to hear, to show the reasonableness of our requested $19,500 and 6-month suspension of both licenses. We proved we proved to the ALJ, 22 separate violations, which if we had charged the minimum for each of those 22 separate violations, it would have been $46,000. If we would have charged the maximum, it would have been $99,500. $99,500. And we could have asked for revocation of both of her licenses. So only asking for $19,500 and 6-month suspension.
Thank you, Ms. Cummings. You got 30 seconds or a minute to go with that.
Why not ask for 3 million, 4 million, 5 million? Keep going, keep going, keep going. They can add violations till the cows come home. This person's not still in collections. She's taking care of the issue, and she never got a cent from any of those fees that she thought were okay from TDLR. I also want to address something that the state made a big deal about in their initial presentation. They call it the fake stamp on her handbook. It was put there by the VA, who were reviewing it for completely separate purposes from TDLR. It does not say TDLR approved it. The VA said that's the stamp that we're putting on your thing. It had nothing to do with TDLR's documents.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lee. Any questions, commissioners?
Council comments? I know you gave me the number of 46 to 99K and the suspension for 6 months. What does the statute tell on the suspensions right there? It is 6 months, or what was the rationale for you to pick up or the ALJ to do the 6 months?
The way the enforcement plan is written, that has been approved by the Barbary and Cosmetology Board and by the commission, is as up to revocation. So it's like, it's a range. So we decided, instead of doing revocation or full year suspension, we thought a 6-month suspension of both licenses would allow her to clean up and actually get all of her records correctly during that time.
It's not a full answer to your question. It's
Council, can I ask you a question? I'll ask you a question. I'm trying to get her answers right there. If you may, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
I think I answered your question, but if I didn't, please let me know what you still need to know.
What was
you need to get 30-second rebuttal on this? Did you have anything you need to say?
Yes, for all of the violations she's talking about, it says a monetary penalty and or a license sanction.
Okay.
It doesn't require that there be a license sanction on any of these.
Thank you. Good, sir. Go ahead, Commissioner.
So the rationale for 19,500, how did you all come up with that?
Well, we asked for 20,000, but we got 19,500, and we were like, okay, we can go without the 500. And it was more about an internal discussion with other prosecutors about what would be reasonable, because we thought that those large amounts. So instead of like charging for each separate violation, we charged them like instead of the 6 students, we didn't charge for each individual student. We charged one time to represent all 6 students.
Okay.
But we could have charged for each of the separate violations, but we chose not to.
Thank you, Ms. What else?
Counsel, Talma, are you telling me that, here, I'm not an ALJ, you're a lawyer right there. I see the records right there, the students' records versus what's been reported. What kind of a decision do I need to make when the students who come to the school expect those records to be straight, but there is a difference on one of the student to the tune of 95.28 hours? So we can say that when the computer records were wrong or the records reported were wrong, somewhere, something, the student may have paid right there. And I'm disappointed. I understand the timekeeping is an issue. You mentioned the failure to maintain one student record, just one, is also something we got to be very serious, because these are the people who are making their livelihood with all the stuff right there. And you think that one student, it's all right. That's what I kind of gather from your discussion right there.
That one student's records are right here, and they were offered at the hearing. They
Okay.
are legitimate. I can show them to you. They talked about.
If it was admitted evidence, that's all. If it's not, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other questions, Commissioners? Okay.
And I just want to make sure you have the the sample by the right. I just want to make sure you got it.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Ms. Cummings, so the 6 months is just for her to clean up her school? Is this?
Oh, your mic.
Forgive me, Ms. Cummings. The 6 months is just for her to clean up the school?
Yeah, and
what
we
the
thought
6 months
we
is?
thought it was reasonable given the fact that she never took accountability, never admitted guilt, never.
Tell me, just that's fine. Okay,
Yes,
we got it.
and we thought it was necessary for her to take some downtime, learn, fix up things.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Commissioners? Okay, I will take a motion or entertain a motion, Commissioners. And you're welcome to, if you need Deanna's help on this, you're welcome to address our counsel.
May my client be heard? If not, I understand. I just want
Okay,
to ask
Counselor,
before we
I'm
move
gonna
on
do,
to the vote.
I'm gonna give you 30 seconds, Dupree, because he took a lot of your time, but we definitely want to hear from your voice. If you don't mind, just contain it 30 seconds, and I'm gonna let the Commissioners go from there. Okay. Take a deep breath. You got it. It's gonna be okay.
My name is Miss Dupree. I'm the owner of 360. I care deeply about the work I do. The students I've served and the integrity of this profession. Everything I have built have come from dedication, perseverance, and a genuine desire to help others. I've been in this game for 30 years. 22 of those have been towards education. I've never had a violation in my 22 years. Yeah, sure, people have come and they've tried to bring things about that were untrue. Just like today, the hours that I reported are exactly the hours that I was supposed to report. I have not failed this system. I have provided, I put out good student for the community to do great things. And I want you guys to know that I thank you for allowing me to speak in this short time. I'm glad that I met you. I hate that I had to meet you under these circumstances. But if you had to take anything away from this, the information that I have in my testimony is accurate to it. to a T. I understand that the contract was worded the way it was, but I was under the impression that that was how it was supposed to be. If I had known that it had not, I would have done exactly what I've done today, and that changed it to fix it. And so therefore I'm in this to for all to do great things in the world, not to take away from it at all.
Thank you, Mr. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, counselors, both of y'all. Thank y'all. Tough cases. So, commissioners, anything else, comments that you want to make?
I do have a question.
Mike, Vice Chair.
I do have a question. Mr. Dupree,
Yes,
to
sir.
echo Commissioner Drock-Sharam's question about the time, right?
I'm sorry, I have a hearing issue. I can't hear you really.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I have a question about the time. Can you address the discrepancy? We expect the institutions of education that we pay money for to at least keep track of the time.
Yes, sir.
Tell me, why was there such a disparity in so many different students' records?
Okay, simple. We use a platform by MindTap or SEMA, and it is a system that tracks the work. It doesn't have a cutoff button, so regardless of where you're located, it is going to track the performance that is being done. So the hours that they're trying to seek is hours that does not fall under the supervision while training. And so we have no control of that. The rules with TDLRs clearly says that the students should not receive credit for hours that is not supervised. Those hours were not supervised, or they were in class, meaning that they were receiving the hours through the system, which is our SOS system, and not coming from the platform itself. Everybody was notified that the distant education ended at the year of December of 2021. Nobody received any distant education hours after December of 21. These hours that they're trying to get are hours that's come after that time frame, which is not allowed because we were not acting under that under the distant education. And so,
Was that not relayed to the students?
I'm sorry?
Was that information not relayed to the students?
Yes, sir.
Because one student spent almost an extra 100 hours online that they were not given credit for then by your definition of supervised hours.
The license is open to each student for 1 year. So as long as they're on there doing whatever they're doing, the system is going to continue to rotate, to calculate the time spent. So we don't have we only have time, we only calculate when they're in-house. So therefore, we're on a electronic system, a computerized system where they use a time card to clock in. And that's how we track hours.
So
So
we need to
those are
maintain this
double dipping hours.
Mr. Dupree, thank you. I think we just want to maintain it. So, okay. I got you, Ms. Cummings. I jumped ahead again on that one, so I shut it down. Any other questions?
I can explain the Cengage issue if you want me to real quick. So the way it works is we did a request from the IT firm itself to check the hours she had reported in Shears, which is the database that they report hours to. We got a copy of their records, all of them, because she submitted to us a document with Cengage's logo on it. We were able to verify that the document that she submitted with Cengage's logo on it was a document that she had requested from Cengage as a Word document with their logo, where she combined some of their information with her information that didn't match their records. Vice president for that company testified that this document was a combined document and that their hours did not match her hours, and that they had sent her the hours they had marked. And instead of coming to TLR and be like, oh, I report these hours wrong, I'm going to correct them, she created a document to match her records so that to mislead the department.
May I speak one?
Mr. Dupree, hang on. Commissioner.
Real quick, Mind Tap Records, you contract with them or how does that work?
Okay, so when the COVID took place, everything was a panic. And so therefore we had to fill out an application to be approved to do to offer MindTap to our students, which we did. We received a generated report from Cengage through email, and that information is then transformed and uploaded into the sheer system. We don't manipulate, we can't change. The proof comes from Cengage, and that is what we reported month by month by month. And if you look in the TDLR system and the document that we received from Cengage, it all matches, it all lines up. Nothing is miscalculated, nothing is off. And so if you just look at the report that we received from Cengage, it's the same amount of hours that states in what we reported into the TDLR system. I promise you, anything outside of that, you're giving these students hours they did not earn. I've been doing this for 22 years.
Okay, Mr. Free, I got the answer. You answered the question, Commissioner's question. You got a 30-second rebuttal if you want, Ms. Cummings.
This just goes to show that the document she's talking about is the document that I just told you was fraudulent, and she still shows no remorse.
Oh, I got to think that's right. Done with that, Ms. Cummings. Got it. Any questions?
Last question, Ms. Dupree. I know you're saying that one from December, what is it, December or something, November or something, you mentioned that.
It ended in December
in
21.
December, but some places there are zero, the numbers don't jive right there because, what you see in the Mind Tap versus what's reported right there, nothing adds up.
I mean, can you tell me what you're
Regardless of what I'm saying, the records, what we've been provided right there, that's probably the one from ALJ because,
if they don't have any hours, they didn't do any time during that period. That's all that means. It doesn't mean that we forgot to give it. The reports are
even the time you reported and the time what the computer generated, whatever it is, they don't jive. Something is off. Thank you.
Do you need no? Okay. All right. Any other questions, commissioners? All right. I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that we accept the PFD as recommended by the ALJ. I think we may need to make a few adjustments, though. Could General Counsel help me out here? Number 17.
Yes, sir, Commissioner Butler.
Item number 35.
On 17, you were wanting to add the name of a student?
Correct.
Inclusion of law number 17.
Yes, ma'am.
Add the name of the student. They left out the student Bayene.
Would you spell that, please?
Beyene.
Okay. And item number 35.
It incorrectly cites an administrative rule.
Do you want to strike that?
I would recommend replacing. It cites 83-114A, and it should be 83.108E.
Is that the Whirlpool football logs?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that's correct.
And item number 37.
37, conclusion of law number 37 cites 19,500, and when you add up all the penalties, they actually add up to $20,000. And you were going to correct that.
Is that accurate, Ms. Cummings?
I'm not strong in math, so I'm going to defer to the GC. It's an ongoing joke with my LA that never trust my math.
Okay.
So that'll be the motion anyway at 20,000 then. So I'd like to make that motion with those three changes to the PDF.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Motion carries.
Mr. Thielen, great job. It's good seeing you again.
Mr. Dupree, Mr. Thielen's aware of the other options that you have, so he'll go through it with you, and we'll be happy to work whatever that option is. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Thielen. All right. Motions for a hearing, Commissioners. Item H.
Thank you.
Item H. One. I don't know who the department staff's going to be on that.
Chairman, it's Chris Funderburg.
Mr. Funderburg.
On both of them.
Mr. Funderburg, are you handling both these?
Yes, Chairman, yes. Tell me when you're ready.
Yes, sir.
Chairman, Commissioners, I'm Chris Funderburg with the General Counsel's Office. I'll be presenting our division's recommendation regarding the motion for a hearing filed in TDLR versus MV Nail and Spa. In this case, we recommend denying the respondent's motion. While the motion for rehearing was timely filed, the underlying case was resolved by default. Thus, respondent's motion must show her failure to answer the notice of alleged violation was due to accident or mistake. Instead, the case file includes evidence that shows both the NOAV and the subsequent first amended NOAV were delivered via certified mail to the respondent's business address record with the department. The case file also documents subsequent communications between the respondent and TDLR's enforcement division that showed the respondent was aware of the violations alleged in the NOAV. As respondent's motion does not include any evidence that shows that her failure to answer was due to accident or mistake, and instead, the evidence in the case file shows respondent's failure to answer the NOAV is intentional and or the result of conscious indifference. Thus, respondent's motion for a hearing should be denied. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions, Commissioners?
No, Mr. Chair.
All right, I'll take a motion.
So moved.
There's a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right, Mr. Funderburg, we've got Carvajal Beauty School, Sergio Carvajal. Courtney, I want you to know that I'm going to put you on notice that my glasses broke, and so TDLR owes me some readers. No, that's why I'm holding this out here. Probably could. Are you an interpreter?
No, I'm just kind of going to help out with the situation.
Okay. Okay. Did you fill out a form?
I think so.
Are you okay? So we make sure we can do it later. It's fine. Just make sure you fill it out and give it to the staff if you don't mind.
Okay.
And you're Mr. Carvajal?
Yes.
Okay. You this is just a motion for rehearing. I want to read these and make sure that you understand that we're just seeing where we might have erred. Okay. So this isn't we're not going to try to litigate the case. We're just going to see where we might have missed something. Okay.
Correct. Yeah.
Make sense?
Yes,
Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Funderburg?
Thank you. Thank you. Chairman, Commissioners, Assistant General Counsel Chris Funderburg. I'll be presenting our office's recommendation regarding the motion for rehearing filed in TDLR versus Carvajal Beauty School, LLC. In this case, we recommend denying respondent's motion for rehearing. While the motion for rehearing was timely filed, the underlying case was resolved by default. Thus, respondent's motion must show his failure to answer the notice of alleged violation was due to accident or mistake. Instead, the case file includes emails between respondent that shows that he was aware of the violations alleged in NOAV, and these emails show respondent received a copy of the NOAV via email and was aware of the violations alleged in the administrative penalty sought. But respondent's motion for rehearing failed to explain why, after email communications with enforcement staff about the violations alleged in the NOAV, respondent then ceased communications with the department until after the default order date. Also, in his motion for rehearing, respondent provided no evidence that might establish his failure to answer the NOAV was due to accident or mistake. Instead, the email communication history between respondent and the department demonstrates that respondent was conscious of the existence of the enforcement action, but had failed to provide responsive information that might cure the violations being alleged. As respondent's motion does not include any evidence that his failure to answer was due to accident or mistake, and instead, the case file evidence shows respondent's failure to answer was intentional and or the result of conscious indifference. Thus, respondent's motion for rehearing should be denied. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions, Mr. Funderburg? Okay.
All right. From my observation on this, yes, there was communication between the two. Well, between him and the apartment of some sort, I guess. Yes. But there was some communication failure as far as language barriers. It was at one point in time he thought he had concluded the situation. It was going to go somewhere else where you guys were asking, or I guess you guys, whoever it is was asking for information, and he was unaware of the information being asked. I saw this in emails myself. And that's why I kind of came here and kind of got involved in this, because I saw a lot of failure in communication. That's why I'm asking, or he's asking for an opportunity to, present his case again.
Okay. All right. Any questions, Commissioner?
And so what is your relationship with the respondent?
We're actually married. And with that being said, I can elaborate a little bit more on these, whatever these paperworks being sent via, well, how do you say all these? The mail. But anyhow, I get on my phone, I get these updates on what's coming into my mailbox every day, you know? It's some sort of deal. But anyway, in Houston, it said I had a package coming, and we were referring to this right here. And I went to the mailman, like I'm waiting at the box for the guy. And I'm like, hey, it says I got a package coming. I signed for it. He tells me no, he doesn't have a package. This seems to be a problem in Houston. Like this is not just one time, but like multiple times. Where anyhow, I don't want to get into the details of what I mean, but it is a problem in Houston as far as receiving these letters that you got to sign for. And I personally asked the mailman for the letter, and he says I don't have it. But on my phone, it's informing me that I'm supposed to be receiving a package today. Is what I'm saying. Are you familiar with the?
Very familiar.
Yes. That's what I'm speaking of. So there, I don't know. I mean, it's just my what I saw was like that's like a failure on someone's side, anyhow. But nonetheless, of the emails that he's referring to, I did see those emails. In the last email, they're asking for something from him, several bullet points they're asking him for. And he just responded with thank you, thinking that he had concluded the conversation they were having. So that was where the emails, I think, was the confusion. There's some confusion there, a lot.
Okay. Oh, chance to rebuttal? You would like to rebuttal that, Mr. Funderburg?
I will say that the certified mail sent to the respondent's business address record, there were 3 addresses available. All of them were some variation on notice left, note authorized recipient available, unclaimed, return to sender, etc. Our enforcement division reached out at the respondent's business email address of record and included an attachment with the NOAV with the allegations. And that's what started the email communications between the respondent and enforcement. So I think it is safe to say that the respondent was aware of the pending enforcement action. There was communications that, asking for materials that would show some sort of remedial action taken by the respondent. I can't say for certain whether there was a communication breakdown or on whose side it was. That all I can say is that, for the purposes of a motion for a hearing, what we're asking is, did they know about it and then they just proceeded with conscious indifference, or was there some mistake, excusable mistake, that would otherwise allow this default that would lead to us granting the motion for hearing? From what I can see, he knew about it during communication. The communication ceased, but whether that rises to the level of accident or mistake or conscious indifference, I'll leave to the commission.
Any further questions?
Yes, sir. Mr. Funderburg, when you say I see that he knew about it, what are you talking about specifically?
So unfortunately, I don't have the hard copy of the email in front of me, but essentially our enforcement division reached out, said, here are the allegations. He runs, it's a cosmetology school, so I think they were records-based violations. And they said, okay, these are record-based violations. Show us that you fixed them. And I think that's where the communication ceased. They were supposed to provide, documentation showing he took remedial actions, and there was none forthcoming. And then we just proceeded to a default.
What, Mr. Carvajal, what is your business address?
Is business?
Your business address. You have to look at it?
Yeah. 9815 Vamos, Houston, Texas 77086.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, and about I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
About the notice that was sent to the location, he spoke to me about that because I asked him about that because I was reading the emails, and he said that the school opens up at whatever time it opens up at. These notices were sent before he was there, is what I was told. Okay. Like he never personally seen anybody there because I asked him. I said, well, because they said they sent it to his address or our address, school's address. I said, and I saw the email. And again, what he spoke about the email is correct. Like I told you, the last email that I see between these guys is bullet points asking for things, which he has corrected, by the way, but I know that doesn't pertain to this. But He had corrected them, and again, his response was just thank you. And they're asking him for these corrections that he's made now.
Any further questions?
Chair. I think on August 8th, you all put out a notice of alleged violation and sent to the address what Mr. Carvalho has indicated, which is a BAML address.
In fact, the NOAV, the 3 copies were sent out, one to the business address of record, the second to the address of record for the registered agent for the corporation, and the third to the managing member for the respondent corporation. All 3 were returned. And I should point out, if it stopped there and there was no communications, no subsequent email communications between the department and the respondent, I would say that this is ripe for granting the motion for a hearing. It's the subsequent communications. In my opinion, the respondent was aware of these allegations. Whether his failure to ultimately communicate the information that he was being requested for rises to the level of accident or mistake is a decision I think the commission is in a position to decide.
And also, I think in October 22nd, 2025, there was a phone call and subsequent discussions and emails went through the process. Is that a correct statement?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, commissioners? All right, I'll take a motion.
So move to deny the hearing.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We'll brief you on kind of to make sure you understand what just happened, okay?
Yeah, I get what just happened. What goes next is what we need to figure out so we can kind of
You can get with their staff members on that, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner asked for a break, a 5-minute break, so I'm gonna give you guys a 5-minute break. It's 12:10. We'll go with 12:15. We'll meet back and start up with item I, the agenda. 12:20, Commissioners. We're going to go with item I. I'm going to do a quick roll call just to do a full. Can you do that for me?
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Sujeet Struckstrom,
Present.
Lori High,
Present.
Dr. Gary Wesson,
Present.
Nora Castaneda, Dr. Ray Callis, Vice Chair Tom Butler, Chairman Rick Figueroa.
Here. Okay, Commissioners, we're on item I. Mr. Burkhalter, you have the floor.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm Derek Burkhalter, Assistant General Counsel for TDLR. This agenda item is to discuss the proposed new rule, Section 60.39, under Chapter 60 of the Texas Administrative Code, which applies to all programs regulated by TDLR. This rule is designed to ensure that the department complies with federal law when issuing or renewing professional and commercial licenses. Federal law, specifically Title 8, Chapter 14 of the United States Code, requires that certain state and local public benefits, defined to include licenses, are only issued to individuals who meet specific eligibility requirements based on their citizenship or immigration status. In short, that they are legally present. The proposed rule establishes a process for verifying an applicant's eligibility when selected for review. It outlines the types of documents that applicants may submit to prove their eligibility. This rule does not create new eligibility standards. It simply ensures that the department follows existing federal requirements while maintaining the integrity of the licensing process. The proposed rules were published in the Texas Register on January 23rd, and the 30-day public comment period closed on February 23rd. The department also held a public hearing on the proposed rules on March 5th. We received significant public feedback with 450 comments submitted, including 16 oral comments at the public hearing, and additionally the comments that you heard today. In total, 422 commenters were opposed to the proposed rules and expressed concerns that the rules could create unnecessary administrative burdens, reduce workforce participation in licensed occupations, negatively affect students and training programs, and create potential barriers to employment and small business operations. However, the department carefully reviewed these concerns and determined that the proposed rules do not impose unreasonable burdens. The proposed rules implement existing federal eligibility requirements and do not create new eligibility standards. Importantly, the proposed rules do not impose a citizenship requirement. Individuals who are not U.S. citizens may still be eligible for licensure if they meet the eligibility criteria established under federal law, including individuals who are lawfully present under any provision of federal law. And the proposed rules allow the department to accept a broad range of documentation demonstrating eligibility. Because the proposed rules implement existing federal law and do not change the professional qualifications required for licensure, the department is not recommending any changes to the proposed rules in response to these comments. The department does recommend adopting this rule as proposed with an effective date of May 1st. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Burkhalter. Questions, Commissioner?
Yes, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes.
Mr. Burkhalter, is there a list of Mr. Burkhalter, is there a list of documents that the agency will accept as proof of lawful presence? And if there is, where would licensees find that?
Yes, on our website, we have information that includes a full list of the documents that we will accept. And we have searched and tried to identify every single document that could possibly show lawful presence. And if we've missed one, we're going to add it to the list. But any document that shows legal presence, we will accept.
So a minute ago, you said proof of citizenship is not necessarily required, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. We're talking about lawful presence.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. That clarifies some things for me. Okay. And so it's on our website. There's a complete list. You said y'all have scrubbed, y'all have looked for everything that could allow licensure.
That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Burkhalter.
Any other questions, Commissioners?
Several questions. First of all, Council, I want to thank you for the education. Sorry, Council, thank you for well-documented stuff, what we're trying to put in. So if I understand, as Commissioner Butler said, legal presence, is that something we are defining or it is already defined?
It, it is something defined in the federal law that we are implementing, and that is Title 8, Chapter 14 of the United States Code. And it essentially has a list of legal presence status. And so that is the defining provision.
If I may ask, can you read that one?
Yes. Okay, so this was legislation from 1996 called the Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Reconciliation Act of 1996. As I said, Title 8 United States Code. The operative provision is Section 1621, subsection A, which states, notwithstanding any other provision of law, and except as provided in subsections B and D, an alien who is not, and it's one of these three things. Number one is a qualified alien, which is defined in a subsequent section. Number two is a non-immigrant under the Immigration and Nationality Act, or number three, an alien who is paroled into the United States under Section 212 D5 of the Immigration and Nationality Act for less than 1 year. Now, if you're not one of those three things, the statute says the alien is not eligible for any state or local public benefit as defined in subsection C. Now, if you go to subsection C, it says the term state or local public benefit means any grant, contract, loan, professional license, or commercial license provided by an agency of a state or local government or by appropriated funds of a state or local government. Further, Section 1625 provides a state or political subdivision of a state is authorized to require an applicant for state and local public benefits to provide proof of eligibility. So those are the provisions that we are implementing, and that is where lawful presence, as we're calling it, is defined.
Thank you for the explanation. But if you really look at it, we heard comments at the public meeting. Comments, what is a 450 plus or something? A lot of people wrote. So walk me through what's a federal law, state law, because they say we are adopting a law or something. I don't think so. We have authority to do any law or something other than follow a rule. Fair enough?
Correct. We cannot. The law is the framework that we operate within. The federal law is what I just stated to you, and it does authorize us to check for these eligibilities. There is no corresponding state provision, and so it is merely this federal law. Like I said, the law exists. We are not creating that.
Okay.
We are only ensuring that the department does not run afoul of that law.
So if someone at the federal level wants to change this law, they can change and make it whatever they want to make. Fair enough?
Correct. Congress can change the laws.
Okay. But we are not changing anything in our arena other than just merely follow what's been said, because most of us took oath to protect the Constitution and laws of United States and state of Texas. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. I hear that a lot of them, I was here for the hearing, as so do commissioners on the, virtual. It's tough right there because, if there's a law right there, do we need to follow the law or we just need to say thank you? I think, we heard a lot of them say that we are starting a new law or something. I don't think so. We are starting a law. We are just merely following what the feds are telling us to do, what we got to do.
That's correct.
Good job.
So you you say there is a list on our website, a list of documents that someone could look at to see if they qualify.
Yes, that's correct.
And so how long is that list? How many documents would you say that it lists?
I would say about a dozen, maybe more.
And so it's easy to get to our site and easy to find that document.
I believe it's easy. Everyone who receives information that they need to confirm their eligibility, there's a citation to that website where they can go and find that information.
And so if one of the, if someone here wanted to know for sure whether or not they were or were not eligible, they should go to our site. Perhaps we could even give them information about how to present these documents. Have you received phone calls regarding this?
We have received many questions about providing the documents. We've done our best to try to clarify that on the website. Yeah, that's what we can offer is just information and clarifying what our standards are.
Yeah, I was just wondering if someone did not have computer availability, if there was another way they could determine whether or not they're eligible through calling a phone number or speaking with someone.
Absolutely. We have an excellent customer service team, and they assist anyone in whatever circumstances they're going through. We're going to bend over backwards to assist people in understanding this process.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Chair, if I may say something. Council, I think 60.39 basically gives a verification of the applicant eligibility. That's where public can go and find for renewals or new licenses.
Yes, that's the new rule that we're proposing. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Burkhalter, do you have any scope as to the number of licensees this will affect?
As far as effect,
The lawful presence who's exposed or who doesn't have a document that on file currently.
sure. So we know how many people have not provided a social security number. I would have to ask our executive team for that exact number, but I believe it's less than 2% of our licensees
Okay. That don't have documents. Is
that
what
have
you want me-
not submitted a social security number to date.
Okay. Okay. What's the timeline for implementation on this? I know you've got May 1st on there, but I'm assuming there's some sort of ramp up period. What would that look like?
We have already started to put the process in place to implement it. So licensees are currently verifying their eligibility with us. These rules formalize that process, and those rules will be on the books on May 1st if you adopt them here today. If you chose to not adopt the rules today, I think we would have to reevaluate our current plan.
Here, one more question. When you said the 2% who has not provided the social security number, one of the criteria, we heard that ITIN number or something, they may have other documentation through which they can basically provide documentation as needed by the agency. Fair enough?
Yes, absolutely.
So that 2% can drop whatever it is because they may have those documents.
Right. We have no reason to believe that any of our current licensees are not in compliance with the law. I only use the 2% number, and that's an estimate, because the only thing we have to base an estimate on is people who have or have not provided a social security number, which state law requests us to ask. So we only have that number to base an estimate off of.
So the other thing we heard is we're probably the only agency or something trying to do, but I heard that one of my friend went to get his driver's license and he had to show his passport or a proof of eligibility, lawful presence. Is that's been done almost in all other agencies? Is that's what you all hearing, or it's an outlier?
I cannot speak to specific agencies. I know the DMV has put a similar provision in place. I believe the Secretary of State has done something similar with voter rolls. I can't speak to any other individual agencies.
And I think, we've been hearing that if the documentation is needed, it's going to slow up the license renewals or something. I'm pretty sure Director Arbor and then I think, Deputy Bruno have done fantastic job on trying to get the licenses. What is that right now, Mr. Bruno? Is it 300 to 3 days or something is the backlog? Okay. So I think, is this going to be a burdensome right there with respect to you can just wave. Thank you. So I think, I don't see a reason commissioners, that chair, that we keep hearing that it's going to overburden right there. And whatever council told 2%, I think probably they may have other documentation as pertinent to what we have. They may have not provided. So I think, hopefully they'll provide that to be in compliance.
Yeah. Vice Chair Bowden.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Burkhalter, why do we not have social security numbers of 2% of our licensees?
Well, because not everyone who is lawfully present in the United States has a social security number.
Do our license applications require one? Does state law require one?
Yes, the Family Code requires licensing agencies to request the social security number of an applicant for purposes of tracking child support obligations.
So are these historic licenses that we just never asked for it because was a law passed or something? Why is there a bifurcation of the 2% versus you say there's a state law that requires it now?
So we're required to ask for a social security number. If they don't provide one, then they're just required to basically state that much through a form. And now, in addition to that, we're requiring that they provide documentation. So that's kind of our starting point for implementation.
So state law requires it in the Family Code.
So
does that need to be cleared up at the state level then?
I'm sorry, which part need to be clarified?
The request for social security number for every licensee then?
Well, any law can always be clarified. We've been doing that for quite some time. I can't remember exactly when that Family Code provision became effective, but it's not recent.
Sure.
So we've been asking for social security numbers for a very long time. That was the natural starting place for this implementation because it gives us some information.
And you have to have a baseline. Yeah.
Correct.
How many new licensees do we bring in every year? Brand new licensees. Would we have a number? Is it 5,000, 10,000? An educated
May be able to
guess.
answer that in just a second, Commissioner Butler. I'm looking over at our licensing staff to see if we have an accurate number for you.
Yeah, but just wondering if let's assume 2%, right? We have to have a baseline. So if we have, 1,000 or 5,000 coming in every year and assume 2% of that, I'm trying to determine the significant impact to the state, right? If 15,000 of the total number accumulated over many years, right, of licensees, but every year we have 5,000 coming in and only 2% of that may not necessarily have a social security number. The impact is what I'm trying to gauge. So we have 5,000 new licensees coming in every year. And we're talking about a total universe of 15,000 to 18,000.
Commissioner, Steve Bruno, Deputy Executive Director for Licensing and Regulatory Service. I'll give you some recent data. In the month of February, last month, we issued about 19,544 new licenses.
New licenses?
Yes, sir. And we renewed about 39,000. So that's a monthly basis. I'd say that new licenses could be upwards in the hundreds of thousands per year.
So we're talking about 15,000 potentially could be affected, and we bring in 19,000 a month.
That's 1 month of data, and it's pretty indicative across. Of course, we can't predict the number of folks who will send in applications.
Sure.
We do have indicators. For example, there are certain programs, as you're aware, where we regulate the school and the license. Barber and Cosmetology, our licensing current program with over 300,000 licensees when you count the schools and the individuals and all the establishments. So we can estimate in those programs based on enrollment numbers in schools. And I can share just anecdotally that in the past 10 years, the number of schools has doubled. These, as you all know, are careers and that provide a tremendous opportunity, and they're growing in our growing state, our growing economy. Their need for electricians, air conditioning contractors. So we do see quite a high number of licensees. But I will say, when we look at historical data, that 2 to 3% is consistent of those who choose that form that the Council Burkhalter mentioned.
Sure. And then several of the commenters earlier discussed the economic impact. So that gives me some understanding of what that would be, right? We were replacing them at 19,000 a month. Did the department do an impact study of some sort? Can y'all speak to that?
So for every rulemaking, we have to look at the economic impact, and we have several analyses that we have to conduct. We did have our budget analyst look at this. The difficulty with putting a number on an economic impact is, again, we can't assume that any of our licensees are currently in violation of the law. We don't have evidence of that. We don't have any reason to conclude that.
That's
We know that there are individuals in society who are not lawfully present, but we cannot assume that our licensees are included in that. So short of conducting a survey, which we have no reason to think a survey would be accurate, it's very difficult to know how many individuals are not lawfully present.
Understand. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Any other questions?
I think I agree on the economic, whatever it is being stated, that if we feel that all of them can provide the documentation when you all get it. If you don't do it, that's a different aspect right there. And the second thing is, we heard about the secondary market or underground market or something. I guess it's the general public right there. Whoever it is, even they can do it right now, but for the public safety, that's the reason why some regulations exist. If the general public sees that there is a secondary market or something, they want to do it, they're at risk. You're doing whatever it is done for in compliance with the federal law and what the state dictates in terms of how the license got to be administered right there. So I commend you for putting up a right word right there.
Any other comments? Mr. Burkhalter, this is a moving target, to say the least, as far as understanding how to execute this. I'm assuming you have a strat plan associated with the timeline as far as when somebody is able to produce. If the next day, is it a 30-day lag? Do you have some sort of indication if they can't produce that document?
So, sure. So if it's an initial license application and they submit the application but have not included the documents, our plan is to just leave that application open as if any other document they haven't provided. And
Not
under our
grant the license.
rules, it's open for a year.
Right.
So a year later, they can, or I guess 364 days later, they can come back and provide the documents, and the application will be processed. So that 1 year time period for initial applicants. For renewals, again, we will just treat it as an incomplete application. And so the license could expire, but they can still late renew under our rules. And they can do that for up to a year and a half, I believe.
Would you call it a
late renewal?
Okay, a
And
late
so
renewal, okay.
if I'm a licensee and I don't renew on time, I still have a license. It's expired, but I can renew it late and pay extra fines or extra fees to late renew.
Up to when?
Well, I believe ultimately it can be up to 3 years with discretion by the executive director, but I think by default it's up to a year and a half.
Okay. The other thing I would tell you is that how are you going to keep us informed as to what, if this thing passes, the impact that it's having, and what adjustments or any adjustments, if they go, what does that look like?
I believe we've discussed several different reports that can be provided to our executive team throughout this process to track some of the numbers as far as people who are not able to provide documents, or people who do, or people who didn't provide a social security number initially but now they have. So we have reports like that in the plans.
How often are you going to brief us on that?
How often do you want to be briefed on it?
Very, very often. I think it'd be probably appropriate. So I want the commission to be briefed at least once a week. Man, we're not taking questions. So, is there systemic or system adjustments that we need to make? And are we making? I know we're looking at a new licensing system. How is that going to factor in? Have we considered that? What does that look like?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Steve Bruno. Again, we are factoring in all those things, and we're currently using our existing systems and putting the work in place needed to keep track of those items for you all. So we are both tracking now with the tools that we have, and we anticipate that those tools will become more user friendly as we continue on our process. But it's not preventing us now. We'll be able to provide you the information that you all are requesting. The licensing team, in conjunction with folks from the IT department, and forgive me for anyone else I'm leaving out, as with any project of this size, it really takes all divisions working together, some more than others, depending, but I know that licensing has been working extremely hard, again, with our folks in the IT department to both create our own ways of keeping track of all the information that you all and the rest of our executive office needs to be aware of.
How comfortable are you on the accuracy of those documents as far as the system validating that?
I'm extremely comfortable.
Okay. All right.
And I will always admit that we're human beings. So we're never going to chase perfection, but I'm extremely confident in our team and their understanding of this and what it's required, and their commitment and the work they've already shown to ensure that we can have the most accurate data as possible for you all and for anyone else. And I'm extremely confident in that.
Courtney, I want to make sure that Mr. Burkhalter hears me both. This is a front burner issue in regards to information back to the commission on how we see it as a dashboard, up there with human trafficking, up there with anything that we look at on an item basis. So I want to make sure whatever we do, that's something we want to be aware of, because I'm sure we're building a plane and flying it a little bit at the same time, being the vanguard of the industry in this regard. I know that. Other than DMV, I'm not sure exactly where who to take precedence from. Does that make sense? Make sense, Mr. Burkhalter?
Absolutely.
It does, Mr. Chairman.
All right. All right.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions, commissioners?
I got one last question. Council, you mentioned for the renewals or something, is it a statute bound 1 year or 3 years, or it's a rule making, or how did that 1 to 3 years have come up?
I believe that's in our statute in Chapter 51 of the Occupations Code.
So for the renewal, it's about 1 year unless until there's an exception being granted by the executive director. Is that fair?
For renewals, I believe it's 18 months.
18 months. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions, commissioners?
One last.
Yes, sir.
I want to commend the agency for putting as many documents as you can on our website. We need to provide clarity to the workforce in Texas as to what is allowable and what is not, because they need to know before they go into these industries, right? And so I appreciate that. Please continue that endeavor. If there's one thing that business needs, it's stability going forward. We don't need the rules changing, month to month. And so as much clarity as you can provide the workforce of Texas, that would be helpful. It's inspiring to know that our workforce is growing by 19,000 a month. That's tremendous. That means we're doing a very good job of creating opportunity in Texas. So thank you.
There's always a back door.
There's always a back door.
So we need to be careful. All right. Any other questions, commissioners? All right. I'll entertain a motion.
Chairman, I move to adopt the proposed rules under 16 Texas Administrative Code, Chapter 60S, published with an effective date of May 1st, 2026.
Second.
There's a motion, there's a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Burkhalter. Thank you, Mr. Bruno. Item J, Mr. Gladney.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Mark Gladney, Assistant General Counsel for the Driver Education and Safety Program. Today's rulemaking is a routine amendment to the 4 DES rules in our program guides, as noted in the agenda item, to implement Senate Bill 1366, which was passed by the legislature last session. 1366 mandates that driver training providers include in their course instruction the students information relating to the dangers and penalties associated with violating traffic laws in construction and maintenance work zones. Thus, we include such directives in our rules and in the guides to inform our licensees. Now, the required plain talk summary The proposed rules was posted and distributed on December 9th of last year. The proposed rules were then published in the Register on December 15th. The 30-day comment period closed on January 20th of this year. The department received 2 comments to the plain talk summary, but none to the published rules. Both comments were in support of the proposed rules. The Driver Training and Traffic Safety Advisory Board met on February 12th of this year to discuss the proposed rules and the 2 comments received. The advisory board recommended adopting the proposed rules as published with changes to section 1.1.5Q of the Program of Organized Instruction Program Guide. It's also known as the POIDE. That's basically the program guide for the adult and teen driver education programs to correct a grammatical error by adding the word "and" at the end of the sentence. The department is asking the commission to adopt the proposed rules and with the changes to the POIDE in section 1.1.5Q with an effective date of May 1st, 2026. And I'll take any questions you may
Any
have.
questions, commissioners?
I make a motion that we adopt the rules as recommended by Mr. Platt.
A second?
Second motion.
Can I suggest something?
There's a motion and second. Hang on. Okay. Do you have a comment?
Yeah.
She did not hear the motion. I make a motion that we adopt the rules as recommended by Mr. Gladney.
Second?
Second motion. Oh, sorry.
Commissioner High seconds the motion. Comments? Commissioner
Friendly
Brown?
amendment. I think with changes to the, that's what it is when he asked for
Yeah,
on the
he's
motion?
part of that motion.
Okay, no questions.
So we got a motion, got a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Gladney.
Thank you.
Mr. Medlock, item K, Commissioners, penalty matrix.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is John Medlock. I'm the Chief Prosecutor for the Enforcement Division. I'm bringing you today updates to the enforcement penalty matrix for the air conditioning and refrigeration contractors program. These changes are a result of new legislation that has occurred over the past couple of sessions and also some additional updates to program rules and citations. The major changes to this penalty matrix include the addition of restricted license violations. If you remember a couple sessions ago, we got restricted licenses in this program. They gave you all the ability to give someone a license that was coming out of prison that we may not have otherwise given them, putting some different conditions on that person, also allowing for some supervision of that person during that first year of that restricted license. So we added all that in there with a couple of other updates and cleanups to the rules and citations. It was approved by the advisory board for the air conditioning and refrigeration contracting program. And today I would just ask that you would take a motion to adopt this so that we can implement it and publish it within the Texas Register.
Okay. Any questions, Commissioners?
So this was reviewed by the advisory board for
Yes, it was.
publishing, correct?
Yes.
So we are one step back, not we're adopting right there.
Correct.
Okay, no questions.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Funderburg, item L.
Thank you, Chairman. Hello, Chairman, Commissioners. I'm Assistant General Counsel Chris Funderburg. This section of the agenda is the department report about a request this commission made at its December 6, 2024 meeting. This is a reroll of a earlier agenda item at our last commission meeting. The commission asked for additional information regarding the educational guidelines for our BHV certification program. We've provided those. Unfortunately, they weren't provided at the last meeting, so we've given you the additional supplemented documentation. Again, just to reiterate, right now there are two certifying entities approved by the department. The first is the Behavior Analysis Certification Board, BACB. The second is the Qualified Applied Behavior Analysis Credentialing Board, the QABA. Both boards have developed their own curriculum and education standards for their respective certifications, and both board certifications are recognized as satisfying the requirements for licensure by the department. At last year's December meeting, the commission requested that we develop our own standards. This report is the result of that request. These guidelines for both types of behavior analysis licenses, that is for the behavior analysis license and for the assistant behavior analysis license, are summarized in the memo we included in your meeting materials. We've also provided the commission with a spreadsheet, which includes a side-by-side comparison of the BACB, the QABA, and the department's proposed guidelines for both license types. The spreadsheet is 2 tabs. If you're looking for the assistant behavior analysis license, it's on the second of the 2 tabs. As you can see, the department's proposed guidelines effectively mirror both certifying entities' existing requirements for both BHV licenses. First, applicants for a behavior analysis license must possess a master's degree in behavioral analysis or a related field with 270 hours of semester hours broken down into required coursework categories. Applicants for an assistant's license must possess a bachelor's degree from an accredited university with 180 semester hours, including 12 semester hours of approved coursework, which is also broken down into required coursework categories. Like the BACBA and QABA, the proposed guidelines provide that any future certifying entity require all individuals seeking certification to complete a minimum number of supervised independent fieldwork hours, here 2,000 hours for behavior analysis and 1,000 for assistance. Any future certifying entity must also ensure sufficient procedures are in place to verify that those hours are properly accrued. You'll notice that throughout these proposed guidelines, there's a noticeable emphasis placed on the diagnosis and treatment of autism disorders, which reflects the growing public awareness of autism spectrum disorders generally, as well as any accompanying need for readily available professional treatment. You'll also observe there is a strict prohibition placed on conditioning certification or certification renewal on the completion of DEI-related coursework and continuing education. We appreciate the Commission's interest in this issue and are happy to hear your feedback about this proposal. Once you have approved these guidelines, the Office of General Counsel will begin the process to incorporate them into our program rules. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. With me is Anna Clark, Compliance's team lead for the medical and health professions, and Tedrick Woods, Compliance's program specialist for the behavior analysis program, both of whom's assistance and experience were essential to the development of these guidelines.
Thank you, Mr. Fenneberg. Any questions? No comments.
No,
Okay.
I just want to thank the group for putting this together, and Texas is going to be up at the top on behavioral analysts, and especially with the higher increase in autism diagnosed. I think it's commendable for us to have this now with the way we set it up.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Texas citizens are our focus, and I hope this reflects that.
There's nothing commendable by the font used on this. We're going to discuss that later, Mr. Fenneberg, especially for an old man. All right, I'll take a motion.
Chair, I got questions.
Thank you.
First, I think Chair Butler, thank you, Vice Chair, for coming up with a brilliant idea right there where you wanted different versions, because what we've seen, the BCBA and QABA,
I think you mean Dr. Wesson.
He was the one who started that one back then,
Okay.
and I think Dr. Wesson took off and he went to a different orbit right there.
All right, go ahead.
But I think last time when you all brought this one up, we were under the impression that we're going to have a 3-tier system or something, because the BCBA, I think, changed the rules or the line of engagement from 1,500 to 2,000 when QABA was coming in right there. That's probably the reason I'm going to be asking. I see that we have come up with this as a 2,000. Why is that we need to have more than? Why can't we stay with 1,500? Because the real reason why, in my perspective, is we have a shortage, and that's what was brought up when QABA came up, and I understand that you got to be 2,000 hours because they changed the engagement, which we all know that one. So I know Dr. Wesson is passionate about this. I would like to see 1,500. If someone wants to do 2,000, go ahead and get it, because that's what I would be asking for down the line. Was there a rationale why we went with because you have 2,000 for one and 1,500 for one? I want to hear that out.
So there was, I believe, and
I think they've amended theirs.
Yeah.
To where they're all with the 2,000 hours.
Yeah. The QABA has recently increased the minimum. Excuse me, Chris Funderburg, General Counsel. The QABA has recently increased their minimum number of supervision hours to 2,000 hours. It used to be 1,500, but now what we want to do is create a floor. And what we didn't want to do was exclude the QABA at that time, who had a lower 1,500 hours. Now that they've gone up to 2,000, we brought it in line with both existing certificates.
So did they come back to us, or they did it arbitrarily, like what the BCBA has done that?
Or I'm sure for their own reasons, but yes, arbitrarily, yes.
So I think, this changing whatever it is going to put some of the people who want to visit these analysts right there at a shortage. I don't know, the chair and commissioners, do you all feel that we need to give more opportunities for Texans to see early phase? If 1,500 is what it is, and these guys, which are the private guys, they want to do 2,000, I don't have any issue. But I think, for us, for the state, if you go 1,500 as a benchmark right there, and people can do whatever they want to down the line, they can get certified, because we need to open opportunities for people to be seen at early phase to get to their issues right there.
Any other comments?
Mr. Chair, if I may, I don't want to address that specific. What I do want to say is this: Texas went its own way, and this isn't the first time. We've had to do this when certifying entities run amok, right? So now my time is getting shorter and shorter on this commission. December timeframe, right? I want to leave y'all with something, and that is, do not be afraid of plowing your own path. If you decide that 1,500 hours is enough, who cares what everybody else is doing? They're running off a bridge or off of a cliff. We don't need to be following. We need to be leading the way. And I think part of the problem that we have with, especially in the autism world, is some children are waiting 6 months to be seen. And so the bigger the service providers are, the bigger that pool is, the faster they can get seen, maybe before some behaviors are set in stone. And so that's my concern, right? Is the qualifying or certifying entities want to make their credential the best, right? Maybe we need to let those a little lower down, 1,500. I don't know. Determine, who needs to be seen and what. Maybe they're specialists. I kind of liken it to a GP, right, where you go in. So Texas needs to be the dog wagging the tail instead of the tail wagging the dog. So if you're in your experience, you think 12 or 2,000 is the best, that's fine. Just remember the impact that has on Texans that are waiting 6 months to be seen by an autism specialist. So,
may I speak to that, Commissioner Butler? Thank you very much for those comments. This is Steve Bruno, Deputy Executive Director of Licensing and Regulatory Services. I've become quite involved in this issue since the statute began, and I'd just like to offer some reminders. As you know, each of our programs are very different, and each statute is different. And with this program, behavioral analysis is a relatively new field in itself. It's relatively new to state regulation across the states. And when this was originally passed, there was only one entity. And when the other one came along, we went through our efforts, which led to your excellent recommendation, which brought us here today. Should someone come in the future, how should they be measured? Let's set up a good way to measure it our way, the Texas way, as you've called it. And in our research, and in accordance with the statute, which also does, at the time, mandate a substantial equivalence, throughout the testimony that we've heard in the summits and all the work we've done, we have heard, and I definitely recall Commissioners High and Commissioner Dr. Callis in their discussions, and the need for training. And I know that numbers can bounce around, but we do recognize that of the two current entities that are out there, they have both said that 2,000 is sufficient for training. We must balance that in our thoughts to give you our best information for as you are all the final decision makers. And I believe that that's yet another reason why we are suggesting the 2,000 is to balance out that need for more practitioners, absolutely, but also to make sure that they are adequately trained. And adequately trained, as you all know, could be debated for months. And again, that's why you and the rest of the commission's excellent suggestion for us to find this Texas path. We've done our best to give you that information in this research.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right, commissioners, anything else?
Motion.
You make a motion? Is it to accept it? Second?
I'll second it, and also tell you I'm proud. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you as an agency. Thank you.
Thank you.
All in favor, say aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
gentlemen.
Appreciate it.
Item M, Ms. Castellano, what? Morning or afternoon?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, I'm LaDonna Castanuela, Director, Charitable Bingo Operations Division. Item M is a bingo advisory opinion. The request for the opinion was received in January. In February, notice of the receipt of the request and the full request was posted on the website. The next day, an email was sent to all contacts in the division's database, triggering a 30-day comment period. No comments were received. As a reminder, the Commission must respond to a request for an advisory opinion within 60 days of the receipt or by the second Commission meeting after the request is received. Also, the Commission may delegate the authority to issue the opinion to the Director of the Charitable Bingo Operations Division or its designee who is an employee of the department. The request for this bingo advisory opinion was received from Carlos Rodriguez, an officer of Nova Games LLC, a licensed manufacturer of bingo supplies and equipment. Mr. Rodriguez asks, is the sibling of a manufacturer eligible to apply for and hold a distributor license if the sibling does not hold any license of any kind, is not a manufacturer, is not a bingo worker, is not a lessor, has no direct involvement in any bingo-related activity other than being the sibling of a current manufacturing license holder? His request goes on to say, in other words, I would like to know if being a brother to a licensed manufacturer disqualifies an otherwise unrelated individual from applying for a distributor license. The draft opinion in your materials cites to the applicable section of the Bingo Enabling Act, Section 2001.207, which provides the eligibility criteria for a licensed bingo distributor. According to the statements made in Mr. Rodriguez's request, the sibling in question meets several of the eligibility requirements in the BEA section. Also, in accordance with Texas Government Code, Section 573.023C2, a person's sibling is in the second degree of consanguinity and is not ineligible for a distributor's license on the basis of his relationship with the sibling manufacturer. Therefore, a sibling of a licensed manufacturer who meets all the other eligibility requirements listed in Section 2001.207 of the BEA is eligible to apply for and hold a distributor's license. Staff recommends approval of the proposed bingo advisory opinion and delegation to the Charitable Bingo Operations Director to sign and issue the response to the requester.
Any questions? All right, I'll take a motion.
Chair, I move to approve the proposed response and delegation to the Charitable Bingo Operations Director or a designee to sign and issue the response to the requester.
Second? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. All right, Commission Work Group updates. Okay, let's go ahead, Commissioners.
I had a short one on the Innovation Commission Work Group.
There you go.
I think it's on. Is it on now?
Yeah, go
My
ahead.
green light's on. Can you hear me? Okay. No, we John Foster put a great update together. We finished wave one, which was kind of to start seeing how the process works, because a weather modification was one of the smaller deals, and it worked good. So now we're on wave two, and everything seems to be close to being on schedule. So hats off to the group, and keep up the good work. And the behavior analysts, We just reviewed the changes that the commission just approved. Thank you all very much. And it's over at that point.
Vice Chair Butler.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Strategic Planning LAR Commission Work Group. Commission members are Commissioner Drock-Sharam and Commissioner Hyde. The Strategic Planning Commission Work Group met on March 9th to discuss the timeline and overall structure of TDLR's 2027 through 2031 strategic plan. The staff expect to provide a draft of the plan to commissioners in early May with the expectation to submit by June 1st. And that's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Do you have one? Anybody else have one over here? I don't. Okay. I have the HR one, which is the HR Commission met on March 20th to continue preparatory work for the Executive Director's performance appraisal participated for the administration at the May 20th Commission meeting. All right, Commissioners, you have appraised the executive session. All right, we're going to go to item O, appointments. Suzanne?
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners. Susanna Holt-Catrone, Chief of Staff. Today, on behalf of the Office of Strategic Communications and the Advisory Board team, we are recommending 6 new appointments, 2 reappointments, 1 appointment as a presiding officer, and 1 reappointment as a presiding officer for your consideration and possible approval. For hearing instrument fitters and dispensers, we recommend John Stocks of Canton to fill the seat of public member. Mr. Stocks is Vice President of Retail and Food Service Solutions with Jameson Door Company. He has been using hearing support services for 20 years and can lend his personal experience with devices and practitioners to the board. This term expires March 24th, 2032. We also recommend Christine Hawley of Dallas to fill the seat of public member. She is retired but remains a licensed auctioneer. Her experience as a licensee in another program at TDLR, current use of hearing instruments, will be valuable on this board. This term also expires March 24th, 2032. For the Lottery Advisory Committee, we recommend Irvi Leos of Leander to fill the remaining seat of beneficiary. He referring to the Texas Lottery's funding benefit to veterans and public education. Mr. Leos has been the grant director for the Texas Veterans Commission for the past 10 years. Staggered terms will be recommended for adoption once the remaining seats are filled. For the Midwives Advisory Board, we recommend Danielle Hurst of Edinburgh to fill the seat of a public member. Ms. Hurst has 15 years of investigative experience with the U.S. Department of State and is currently a local business owner of a cosmetic franchise. This partial term expires on January 31st, 2027. For the Property Tax Consultants Advisory Board, we recommend Alan Connor of Houston to fill the seat of Registered Senior Property Tax Consultant. Mr. Connor is the Director of Industrial Complex Property and Business Personal Property at Betancourt Tax Advisors. He has 23 years of experience in performing property tax valuations and dispute resolution in all 50 states. This term expires March 24th, 2032. We also recommend Chandler Crouch of Fort Worth to fill the seat of a Registered Senior Property Tax Consultant. Mr. Crouch is the Senior Property Tax Consultant and CEO for Chandler Crouch Tax Protest, LLC, filing more than 40,000 protests annually. This term expires March 24th, 2032. We recommend reappointment of Steve Mills of Dallas to remain in the seat of a Registered Senior Property Tax Consultant. We recommend reappointment of Deborah Bacham of Austin to remain in her seat as Registered Senior Property Tax Consultant. For the Dyslexia Therapists and Practitioners Advisory Board, we recommend Latricia Paf-Niegos of Amarillo to be appointed as presiding officer. She works as the CFO for Western Valve Incorporated and serves as an outside director for a community bank with branches in the Texas Panhandle. A dedicated advocate and parent of an individual with dyslexia, Ms. Niegos has served on the board nearly 10 years. This term will expire March 24th, 2028. And for presiding officer of the Auctioneer Advisory Board, we recommend reappointment of John Bear of Pasadena as the presiding officer of the Auctioneer Advisory Board.
Lottery? Oh, did she did?
Lottery is Mr. Leos.
Okay. Okay. I'm sorry, I missed that. Okay. All right. I'll take a motion.
So moved.
There's a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Chair, I want to comment something.
Motion carries. Go ahead.
I want to make a comment. In the past, I had a heartburn on all the appointments, and I want to thank Ms. Caltron and the team for doing a fantastic job of trying to educate. I think I did have a conversations on the beneficiary side, and she did point out exactly what it is. So much clarification. So thank you.
Good job.
Thank you.
All right. Courtney, executive reports.
We had some executive staff reports today that included just some like productivity updates and some of the major projects underway, but none of that requires action. So since you all have been at it and the staff have been at it for many hours this morning, we'll just meet with you individually on those or defer to the next meeting.
Perfect. All right. Commissioners, the next meeting will be May 20th here in this building. So I'm going to try to schedule next year's meetings as well for those that'll be here. And then we'll kind of make sure the room is reserved. All right. Any other comments? No, sir. I'll take a motion to adjourn. Second. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? All right. Motion carries.